Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 All Schools Cross Country here at Sydney Motorsport Park at Eastern Creek. Our competition has just begun, and I do apologise, we're just waiting on the feed. Hopefully you're getting it, but could I begin today by acknowledging the Darug people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island peoples here today and those joining us through this live stream. Currently we've got the 8 and 9-year-old boys heading up the track. Because of the wet weather in Sydney, with the whole cross country will be run on the tarmac of the raceway. And we have a young boy from the south coast, I believe, or Hunter, leading the way in the 8 to 9 years boys. They'll run for 2,000 metres around this course. And today is a culmination for a lot of those students who have competed not only at their school cross country but at their zone and district, and they're also their regional here carnivals. So they're here representing their schools, their district and their regions. And the 8s and 9s boys have just headed up the straight. They'll go for 2,000 metres, and hopefully by then we'll have our live stream up on screen. I've just been informed that you may be receiving the pictures. We unfortunately can't at the moment, so we're watching from afar. As I said, this is a culmination for a lot of these students who will go through, and if they're in the 10s, 11s, 12s or the secondary schools competition, they'll be the best runners will be selected to represent New South Wales at the School Sport Australia Cross Country event later this year. This morning we're running all our primary events. That's years 3 to 6, and this afternoon the secondary students will compete. The 8s, 9s boys and girls run over a distance of 2,000 metres. I was going to say kilometres, they would be here for a long time. We also operate have events for multi-class students who also compete at 2,000 Ks. At the moment, the 8 to 9 boys are heading up, starting to climb up to the top of the course. And going across the back, and they'll run across the back towards the west, when they'll start their race into the finish. Fortunately at this time I can't see who's leading, but they are spread over quite a distance at the moment. We have 10 government school sporting regions represented here today, 2 Catholic school sports associations, and 1 team from the independent schools. And from what I can see, I have, I think, maybe a representative from the CIS leading the way in front of 2 South Coast competitors. Approaching the last turn, that will bring them down and start them into the 500 metres from home. Fortunately today it's not raining at the present. In Sydney we've been experiencing a lot of rain in the last couple of days. That's why the course has been put onto the tarmac. And we can see them now. We had them up on screen. I think we're concentrating on the two, I believe, South Coast runners. Now, they're about 50 metres behind our lead runner. He's just kind of coming into the finishing straight very shortly. And we'll see if the two runners behind will put a challenge on him. Looks like there may even be a runner from the Riverina. Oh, no, I think it's from the combined independent schools. And we've got two young runners chasing him. They come around to the last bend and head up the straight to the finish line. In fourth place, we have a student from Sydney North. And we're going to have a great finish here, ladies and gentlemen. It's coming through the back there. You can see the start of the girls, 8, 9 girls almost ready to go. In the starter's hands, you can see them all lined up. And our first runner is coming in. And it's a young runner from CIS who's led them for a lot of the race. And our two South Coast boys following not far behind. So as they come in and finish, we've got a race for fourth and fifth. We've got Hunter from Sydney North. And now we've got a mass of runners coming in. As they finish, they'll be moved along so they don't all crash into each other. The first runners are through, and as they finish, they'll keep them upright, make sure all the kids are right. So that's our first race over with 8 and 9 boys. We're not far off the start of the girls. 8, 9, 2,000 metres event. As we watch the finish, some of these students are sprinting for the last couple of 100 metres, which is fantastic to see. We'd like to take this opportunity to also thank all the officials here today. Many have been here from 7 o'clock this morning getting ready to set the course up. And a very tight finish for two boys from Western. Well done, boys. Getting appreciation from the crowd. The last few finishes are still coming through. Another young lad from Western. I believe. Maybe Sydney North or Western? Western. My apologies, Barrier. Far west of New South Wales, Broken Hill area. Just for the start of the girls' 2,000 metres, I'll hand you over to my co-commentator, Mr. Grant Parker, who has had many years' experience across country. Thank you, Grant.
Thank you, Neil. Yes, as Neil mentioned, the event today will be held on the hard surface, the bitumen surface of Sydney Motorsport Park. And that's because the extremities where we normally run at the moment are have been deluged with the rainstorms we've had in Sydney for the past week. So this event is featuring approximately 100 starters, which is absolutely fantastic. And these starters come from all over the state and represent both the government school system, the combined Catholic school system, and the independent school system. So it's true to see all these young ladies here competing in this 2,000 metre 8-9 girls event. So they're just in the starters' hands now, and we're anticipating a start very, very shortly. Now, as Neil mentioned, the first set of races up to approximately 11 o'clock will be the primary division, and then commencing at around 12 o'clock will be the secondary division. This event is a preliminary event or a selection trial for the School Sport Australia Championships. So all these competitors will be striving for state selection. Except in the 8-9 boys and girls. And just to give you a bit of a history of the State Cross Country Championships, originally the primary schools and the secondary schools ran separate events, and back in the 90s it was decided to combine the championships, and those championships were held at the Crest at Bankstown. As the championships got bigger, with the incorporation of the non-government schools, combined Catholic colleges, Paulding and MacKillop, and the combined independent schools, a bigger venue with better spectator facilities was sought, and we now are at this magnificent Sydney Motorsport Park. The grandstand is very, very appropriate, particularly on days such as today when the rain is imminent. Hopefully it will stay away, and everyone will stay as dry as possible. So the School Sport Australia Championships this year will be held in Adelaide, traditionally held in early September, and as we said before, this is a selection event for those championships. And we do extend a very warm welcome to both the competitors, the parents and the officials. As you know, the cross-country championships haven't been held the past 2 years because of the COVID pandemic. So it's absolutely terrific this year that these students are given the opportunity to participate at this level. So we do have a start in the 8-9 girls, and as you see, they're quite spread out coming up to the 200 metre mark, and as they come past the finish line you'll see them start to spread out a little bit as they commence the run up to the top of the hill, heading around to the 1,000 metre mark. So good luck, girls. So that's a terrific shot of the girls as they start the climb to the top of the hill. And they're still fairly well bunched, even though they have gone probably 300 metres.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I draw your attention to the presentation area? We have our medal winners for the 8th-9 boys. Our bronze medal winner, representing Illinois Public School South Coast, is Jason Hare. Presenting today is Jordan Austin, the Director of Arts, Sports and Initiatives. Welcome to the All Schools Cross Country. Our silver medalist representing Woonona Public School South Coast, Archie Galvin. And our gold medal winner from Newington College CIS, Reed Martinus.
So in the presentation area, ladies and gentlemen, was the presentation to the pace getters in the 8-9 years boys, 2,000 metres, and congratulations to those boys on a terrific run today. And final marshalling call now for the 10 years boys, 2,000 metres to the marshalling area. Now on the track we still have the girls competing in the 8-9 years division, and they're coming around now to commence the second run up the hill, which is approximately the halfway mark for this event, this 2,000 metre event. towards the finish, and it's a very, very close tussle for the runners, the first 4 runners. So the runners are coming down, and they'll very shortly make the final turn into the straight, and then they've got about 150 metres to the finish. So good competition between the top 5 girls here.
Very close. It's going to be a sprint to the finish. It's a sprint to the finish, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's a girl from Sydney West first, followed by CIS. And CIS again, Paulding. And we're very tight finish there for the 6th and 7th for Sydney North. And once again, the girls are finishing very strongly after their 2K race.
Now, the finish line there, the arch, as you might or might not know, is the electronic timing. So each of the runners will be electronically timed, and those results will go into the computer, and that'll be published at some particular time on the website. So no handheld times anymore. It's all electronic timing, and that's done through the race numbers having a patch in them, and that then activates the finish line when they cross it.
Our next event, ladies and gentlemen, will feature our multi-class event, and that's for students with disabilities. And they have different categories or different classifications. And based on their time and their classification, that's how the winner of each is decided. It's not necessarily first past the post. So that event's about to start, and that will feature students 10, 11 and 12 years of age who run with a disability.
Yes, now the multi-class events will be contested also over 2,000 metres or 2 kilometres, and it's terrific to see these students go out there and compete. And as Neil mentioned, the winners will be determined by classification and time. So it's a little bit complicated at some stage, but certainly the winner will be determined based on their classification and the time they take to complete the course.
Now, at the completion of the race, the medal winners are taken to the presentation area, and we'll cross shortly to the presentation for the 8s, 9 years girls that have just completed. And today we have a director of the Arts and Sports Initiative unit in the department, Miss Jodie Austin, who will be helping with the presentations. You may be able to see a number of personnel with coloured bibs on at the finish line, or coloured jackets. That's our first aid personnel that are here at any cross country to make sure take care of the welfare for the students as they finish. And we hope they're not very busy today.
The other thing that's very important, Neil, is that there are water stations on the track, and if students do need water, then that is readily available for them. So everything is done to ensure the welfare of our competitors in this event.
For those people watching at home or in the classrooms, welcome. We also have checkpoint officials out on the course. They're approximately stationed every 400 to 500 metres, each of them with a walkie-talkie. So if anything occurs out there, we have immediate communication back to the competition management, and we can, if need be, go out and collect any student that may have had a mishap or needs to be brought back in.
So we're currently looking at the start of the multi-class.
Silver medalist representing Avondale School CIS, Claire Godfrey. And our gold medal winner from Flinders Primary School, South Coast, Brooklyn McWilliams.
We've just finished the presentation for the 8s and 9s girls, and now we're down with the we're back on the presentation for the 8 and 9 girls. The young lady from Flinders Public School winning the gold from the South Coast. And we're back at the start.
So this is a terrific field in this multi-class event, waiting the starters' instructions or under-starters' instructions, and we're looking to start very, very shortly. And they're off. Now you'll also know that there are some runners running with guides, and they'd be the sight-impaired runners.
And one of the rules of that, Grant, is the lead runner or the guide runner cannot get basically in front of their runner. You'll see one there who's tethered, and there's another one that's not tethered, and the one that's not tethered will be getting instructions, verbal instructions.
Now in our multi-class events, every class of student disability is covered, and as we said before, the results will be determined based on their performance and time and their classification. So it's great to see these students heading up the hill, about to go past the finish line for the first time. And you may not notice it on the screen, but the climb to the top of the hill is fairly steep. And these students are doing very well, as all the students have done this morning, as they head up the hill. So
we might also congratulate the guide runners too.
So our visually impaired runner is doing absolutely terrific here. And that's another South Coast runner at the moment leading the event, following up on the winner of the 8-9 girls, who was also from South Coast, from Flinders Public School.
It's quite a steady climb up to that first turn, isn't it?
It is indeed. So our South Coast runner is still in front, and she has made the top of the hill and has established quite a good lead over the rest of the field. The school sport unit is very committed to having programs for students with a disability, and one of the big programs that's currently happened is the bocce tournament, and that involves students from all across New South Wales in all of the particular educational regions, and the finals of that will be culminating in the next couple of weeks.
There are 16 teams from all throughout New South Wales, Grant, that I believe will be coming to Homebush to compete in that final. And it's been taken up by a lot of schools throughout the state. It's a great and our lead runners up climbed the second hill, and I believe we may have had a change in the lead. Oh no, sorry, we haven't got a change in the lead. In fact, the lead runner has got a very extensive lead. She's up, almost coming up to the last turn before she comes down to the track again.
Now, many of you who watch the supercars will probably recognise this venue. It's where the supercars race, and we're very honoured to be able to run our state cross-country championships here. Fantastic venue, and it caters for all types of sporting events, particularly cross-country, which is very good.
And our lead runner is now right down to the grass, which is only about 200 metres before they turn into the finish straight. And they have a sizable lead. And our guide runner's having a little bit of trouble through the mud by the looks of it. But he's made it all right. Camera angle. I'm not sure where we are on that one at the moment.
What you will notice, Neil, is that the off-track grass is very, very boggy at the moment, and a lot of the students are finding it difficult to run under those boggy conditions. Once they get back onto the hard track or the bitumen, then I think they're finding it much easier.
And our leader is finishing very, very strongly. Started to sprint from about 200 metres out. And it looks like she's going to carry it all the way through to the finish. And 100 metres to go. Getting stronger and stronger. What a great run.
And getting a great round of applause from the spectators in the grandstand. So well done to that girl from the South Coast. And well done to her guide runner as well.
That's a tremendous run. Our other runners are starting to come into that last straight also, so I'll finish up and we'll see how close these competitors get.
And just once again, reminding spectators and the audience, the determination of results with the multi-class is based on the classification of the student and the time they have run as compared to some standards, and I believe they are the Australian standards. And once that calculation is forthcoming, that'll be done at once all students have completed the event. We will then move on to the presentations. But well done to those students who have done very well in crossing the line in these places. We might just give you a brief breakdown of the classifications. We have the deaf and hard of hearing. We have the visual impairment. We have the intellectual impairment. And we have the physical impairment, which includes cerebral palsy, short stature, upper limb, transplant and lower limb. So well done to those students who are competing in our multi-class events today. So on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, is the
10 years boys. They're about to start, and they will also run for 2,000 metres, and they're away. Again, this will be another very keenly contested event.
And a big field too, Neil.
Well, I think it's 5 entries per association, so we've got 14 associations out there. Very quickly, that tells me there's 70 runners. Unfortunately, the weather looks like it might be coming in a little bit. So we'll just have to keep an eye on that.
Now, for those out there that are motor racing enthusiasts, students are running up the Sir Jack Brabham Straight, which obviously was named after our former world motor racing champion, Sir Jack Brabham.
As they go past the finish for the first time, we've got three boys starting to create a bit of a gap on Sydney North, Hunter and North Coast. And I think that gap may be closing as the boys come from behind. And all the teams and all the competitors are being encouraged by their family up here in the stand. And you can occasionally hear from time to time particular students' names called out.
Now again, that run to that first turn is very, very steep. The picture doesn't do it justice, but the boys are really working hard as they head up to the first turn. And it looks like we still have the boy from possibly
Hunter or Sydney North. Although Sydney West has made a bit of a move, but he's still in behind there. Good bunch in that first section. So any of those boys could feature very prominently in the final placings. And they've opened up a bit of a gap on the rest of the field. Vision now is a few of the students with disabilities finishing their race. They're very determined to get the 2,000 metres as he ploughs his way through some very sodden turf. He'll turn into the main straight and finish in front of the stand. Young competitor from Western.
Yeah, well done to that boy.
He's going to keep going.
So we still have a couple of the multi-class students still finishing, which is absolutely fantastic. This
not an easy course for anyone.
No, it's a very trying day today with the conditions, particularly having to move off the hard surface onto the limited grass areas. And as the day progresses, those areas are slowly becoming heavier and more boggy. So well done to those students for pressing on and doing their best.
There are our runners from the 10-year-old boys. We've still got a healthy group. We've got Sydney North followed by, I'm not sure.
Could be a Sydney East runner. No?
Sydney East runner. We've got a CIS boy making a move on the outside and one on the inside. Sydney West.
So this is a great race.
This is going to be a very big finish.
10 years boys, and all of those competitors can finish in the top 10. Remembering that the top 6 go through for national selection, and 7th and 8th are reserves, and they will compete in case there is any withdrawals.
This is going to come down to the last 100 metres, Grant, the way they're attacking that corner.
So well done to these competitors coming over the line now. These are the boys that have competed in the multi-class event. And again, they've done very well. This is not an easy course today. And that's a nice shot of the boy with his guide getting photographed. Well done to those two boys, the runner and the guide.
I think our lead runners in the boys' 10-year-old 2,000 metres event have almost ended pit straight. That's up the top of the hill. We can see out the back of the course, and that's still the multi-class competitors.
And that's a great shot of that boy. I'm probably thinking that might be Mum helping him on.
No, that's Lucette.
That's Lucette. There you go. Lucette is the assistant manager of the school sport unit. So well done to Lucette to go out there and give a helping hand to these students in the multi-class events.
She was an elite runner in her day. And here we have the finish of the 10-year boys coming in at the same time. And it looks like Sydney North followed by Sydney West, followed by CIS, McKillop, Sydney East, and Sydney West finishing strong on the outside. There's a big finish here. Big finish for the top 6 places. Well done, boys. What a great race.
And getting the job done. Big finishes here all around CIS. Leaving it all out on the track there. Billy Herb, Makata Starkey.
And we're just watching the finishing of the 10 years boys cross country, 2,000 metres.
Now, whilst the competitors are finishing the 10 years boys, we now have the start of the 10 years girls. And again, this is a packed field, as Neil mentioned, approximately 70 competitors in this event. And they're certainly setting the pace as they head towards the finish line for the first time. So at the moment we're just seeing some panoramic views of Sydney Motorsport Park.
You can see the build-up of the clouds, unfortunately, Grant.
Yes, for those that haven't been in Sydney or in the surrounds, the weather this week has featured torrential rain, and we're very appreciative of the fact that we are able to run the cross-country today, and we haven't been asked to postpone the event. So the girls are now heading up the straight, and they're making a very good fist of this as they head up quite a steep hill to make the first turn. And it looks like that might be the competitor from the combined independent schools just in front.
for those viewers at home, if you or at school, just give you a quick rundown on the various colours for the various associations. For Sydney East, it is a navy blue, red and white. For Sydney West, it is a gold and blue, distinct gold. And Sydney North, red and black. Sydney Southwest is green and white. North Coast is green and gold. The South Hunter is a royal blue and gold. Western is red and green and white. Riverina is black and white. MacKillop is maroon and sky blue. Paulding is maroon and gold. Northwest is light blue and black. And CIS is an all-white shirt. And Barrier, our team from as far west as Broken Hill and Wentworth, in a red, blue, yellow and gold. We're about to move across to the presentations for the 10 years boys 2,000 metres 2022 cross-country championship. So we'll move over there very shortly. As the girls move out the back, they're heading up the second hill, which puts them at about 1,000 metres, with 1,000 metres to come. And then you can see two of our checkpoint officials who are showing the girls the correct way. And we still have the two leaders from CIS and MacKillop.
Fleets in the primary multi-class, 2,000 metres, getting the job done here. It's a long way, 2,000 metres, and she's done the Hunter region proud here at the state championship, so well done. And we're not going to be far away as well from welcoming through our first finisher in the 10 years girls 2,000 metres.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the 10 years boys. Our bronze medalist representing Blue Mountains Grammar, CIS, Tasman Harrison. Our silver medalist representing Balgowlah North Public School, Sydney North, Isaac Robinson. And our gold medal winner from Ironbark Ridge Public School, Sydney West, Carter Bergen.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the presentation of the 10 years boys 2,000 metres. And back on screen we have the girls heading up the hill for the 10 years event, 2,000 metres. So the girls have spread out quite a bit.
That hill there, Grant, looks also very steep as we go. So they come from the start, they go up the straight, which is a long climb, and they turn to quite a sharp climb and a lengthy climb up to right up to the top. And again, they're hitting the grassed area. One of our officials starts to put on the jacket because it might be getting a little bit cold and wet out there.
So Neil, they're now heading across the parking area, immediately in front of where they'll make the turn to head up the main straight to the finish line. So not long to go, and a very, very good field, pretty much packed up at the moment.
I think we have our first two runners coming, only 100 metres to go, Grant. And it looks like the McKillop and CIS girl are going to fight it out for first and second. And what a great run they've run, shoulder to shoulder for the whole event. That's a very, very strong run. And I think, the CIS girl has just got it. We've had a fall at the finish, and she's stepped across the finish line. Our next runners are coming in. And I think that might be a Sydney East runner.
And now I think if we flash onto the screen, number 3 from...
Yes.
From Hunter.
Yes.
And that's the final boy in the multi-class. So well done to him. Fantastic effort. So the girls are finishing the 10 years 2,000 metre event. It sometimes gets a little bit packed at the finish line, and that's why we have marshals to move the girls on so that they aren't impeding each other when they do the finish. So you'll see the marshals on either side just moving the girls up, and they can move up the track about 200 metres, pick up some water so they can rehydrate themselves after their runs.
And our first aid people are moving quickly over to help that girl, I think, who maybe slipped on the yellow stripe because it's now quite wet. For those viewers at home or in the schools and the classrooms, you may be concerned that you can see cars on the track. Those cars are used to follow the races, or if we need to go out and pick up one of the competitors or an official who needs a little bit of help, we use those cars, and they're loosely called a chase car, but they are our mechanism for making sure all our students are back. Never ceases to amaze me how those kids can run 2,000 metres at quite a healthy pace and look so fit at the end of it, Grant. I certainly wouldn't be looking that good.
And as Neil mentioned, the competitors are all checked off when they finish, and if there are any competitors that haven't completed the course, there are processes in place to ensure that they are able to be found, or they might have gone to the first aid. So it is important that all competitors are checked off at the beginning and then checked off at the completion of the event.
Our next event will be 11 years boys, and that is due to start very shortly. I wouldn't be surprised if they're ready at the starter's line. And this is our first event. It'll be 3,000 metres. The next 4 events, the 11 years boys, 11 years girls, the 12 and 13 years boys and 12, 13 years girls, all compete at 3,000 metres.
So the 11 years boys are in the hands of the starter, receiving their final instructions, and we're anticipating a start to this event very, very shortly.
And they set off at a rapid pace. A lot of these students would have been training for months with their various clubs or parents or at school to reach this level, to compete at this level successfully. They have to be well-honed athletes. Lead runner is from Sydney Southwest, I believe. Followed by a group from all over, from CIS, from Paulding, from Riverina, from McKillop. 2 boys from Riverina pushing through. I'd say this race is going to be very keen for the entire event. You might notice some of the runners looking at their watches. They have time splits that they want to achieve, and they have race plans. And the young Riverina boy has jumped to the lead. Or was it? Sorry, it may be Sydney East, that runner.
Now the combined independent schools boys are running in a very, very good pattern here as a team, and they'll certainly be leading each other on as we head up towards the first turn in this a 3,000 metre event, as distinct from the previous events we've had this morning, which have been 2,000 metre events. So in spite of that very, very steep hill, the field is still fairly compacted.
And we're going to go to a presentation very shortly, so we'll fade across to there so we can watch the presentation.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the 10 years girls. Our bronze medalist representing Charlestown Public School from the Hunter, Charlotte James. Our silver medalist representing St John Bosco, McKillop, Ella Plummer. And our gold medal winner from Northern Beaches Christian School, CIS, Hallie Owers.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the presentation of the 10 years girls, and congratulations to those ladies on a fantastic effort. So moving back to on the course, we have the 11 years boys heading up towards the 1,000 metre mark. And again, it's the field spread out a little bit, but certainly those top 10 competitors are very, very close at the moment. And what you'll notice with the 3,000 metre course is they do the first hill to the turn. There's a bit of a slight downhill. And when they make the left-hand turn, as you are observing now, that's a fairly steep incline as they move up to the top of Sydney Motorsport Park. So you're seeing a panoramic view now of this fantastic venue, which is located in a fairly rural part of Sydney, and you'll see the trees behind the track there. And the great thing about Sydney Motorsport Park is that the facilities, the spectator facilities in particular, are very, very good, including the parking, which is very easy to get into. So as on the screen now are the competitors in the 11 years girls event, and they're just waiting their final instructions from the starter before they'll make their way up this first straight, as all the other competitors have done this morning. And that's just a view of the spectators in the grandstand. Again, we are very blessed to have such a fantastic facility here with a great grandstand where everyone is under cover, whether it's raining or whether the sun's shining too brightly. Now we have the lead runners, I believe, in the 11 years boys, and the top three fighting out for the first place, second place and third place position. It looks like the boy from CIS is currently holding on to a very, very slight advantage over the other two competitors. Again, they move off the track and they head through the grassy area, and that has been something that has been very testing all day for the competitors. Once you move off the hard surface, the track is very, very boggy. So as we move off watching the 11 years boys, we now move back to the start line, and we have the start of the 11 years girls 3,000 metres. And they're currently making their way up Brabham Straight, and they're about to go past the grandstand, and they'll commence the run up to the top of the hill to make the first turn as they move into the course proper. So on screen now, we've flashed from the start of the girls 11 years, and we'll pick up now the finish of the boys 11 years 3,000 metres. And this has been a terrific run by the top two boys, but it will be, in all probability, the boy from the combined independent schools who will cross the line first, and well done to him. And there's our next two competitors I believe from Riverina, and there's a Sydney North boy. So congratulations to those boys. A lot of these boys do run themselves to a standstill, and it's good to see that we do have the first aid officers there to help them move off the track and then move up and get some water.
So we've got the team results for the primary team scores. We have the team managers from McKillop, CIS and Sydney North. So the medal presentation area, please, for the team girls team results. So that's McKillop, CIS and Sydney North team managers. So the presentation area for the team girls team competition. On the team boys, we please have team managers from CIS, Sydney East and Sydney West for the team boys. CIS, Sydney East and Sydney West team managers for the team youth boys. Thank you. Marshall Court, the 12-13 scores 3,000 metres. To the Western Edward Lansing, please. Marshall Court, the 12-13 scores 3,000 metres. Thank you. We please have Penny Chalou, parent of Sebastian Chalou from Hunter region, to the first aid area. That's Penny Chalou, parents of Sebastian Chalou of Hunter region. You come to the first aid area next to the middle presentation area in garage 49. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be moving from the finish line momentarily to take the presentations of the (11 years) boys 3,000 metres.
As Grant mentioned, we were just waiting on a presentation very shortly, so we'll move across to the presentation area.
So the morning session is going to be the primary division, and as we head towards the conclusion of the primary events, you'll probably notice on the screen at some stage that the competitors will start to be filing in for the secondary event, which will be starting at around 12:30 p.m. So we have the lead runners now in the girls 11 years 3,000 metres, and this is a very close tussle between Sydney East and the girl from CIS.
And McKillop in third. So go through the mud.
And
Sydney East in fourth position.
Now we will be moving on now.
Presentation, please. In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the 11 years boys. Our bronze medalist representing Pymble Public School, Sydney North, Max McIntosh. Our silver medalist representing Engadine Public School, Sydney East, Zeev Radajak. And our gold medal winner representing St Pius X College, CIS, Cristiano Calcaro.
And that was our presentation for the 10-year-old boys. So those boys have done extremely well, and they will now go off to be measured up for their state team trophies. Sorry, 11-year-old boys. And they'll be measured up for the New South Wales PSSA team to compete in Adelaide later this year. So well done to those three boys. We're now looking at the start for the 12 to 13 years boys. And they're away. And again, it's a very hectic start. And the boy from Sydney North has hit out fairly strongly, followed by CIS, and a North Coast runner by the looks. And we've got the finish of the 11-year-old girls, and I think it was Sydney East, followed by McKillop and CIS, with Sydney East in fourth position. So a very good run from those four girls. And we've got our 5th and 6th coming in from Paulding and CIS. As the boys head up the straight. And as you can see, we just had split screens, which was an interesting innovation. As you can see, we've got 6 cameras out there today in various positions around the course. As the boys head up to the top of the crest of the hill before they turn, we have CIS in front, followed by McKillop, Sydney North and Sydney North. I'd say this race is going to be very competitive again. And the peloton looks fairly closely packed all the way up.
So at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, we do have 6 screens operating, and in particular the bottom right-hand screen, we're still seeing the finish of the girls' 11 years 3,000 metres. So well done to those ladies. The 2,000 metre course is very, very tough, and the 3,000 metre course just adds a little bit of extra toughness to this event today. So well done to those ladies. And we see these competitors from the Western and the Riverina. We have students competing today from all parts of the state. Students representing Paulding and McKillop. Students representing combined independent schools. And students representing the government associations, with the the North Coast region being our furthest region north. Northwest being the furthest region, obviously, in the northwest. Western, which takes in the western area of New South Wales. We also have the sub-region or sub-association barrier. Then we go down to the Riverina, which goes along the border, and back to South Coast, which takes in parts of the South Coast and also parts of the Snowy Mountains. And we obviously then have the 4 metropolitan regions, being Sydney East, which is south of the Harbour Bridge, Sydney Southwest, which heads down the motorway to Canberra, Sydney West, which has its furthest school, Katoomba High School, and Sydney North, which starts at the Harbour Bridge and goes north, with the most furthest school being North Lakes. So,
and just above Sydney North, Grant, we have Hunter region, which covers the Hunter, obviously, and goes up to Port Macquarie, just short of Port Macquarie.
Yeah. Kendall Central in the secondaries, and probably in the primaries as well now.
Probably.
So we've now got a view of the 12-13 boys.
As they move right up the top.
So it's quite a considerable climb. They do the Brabham Straight climb and come back down a little hill, and then they do the major climb, which takes them right to the top of Sydney Motorsport Park. And again, you can see the trees on the top of the screen there. This venue takes in some rural aspects of Sydney and also some industrial aspects of Sydney, which is very good use of the land.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the screen now, I think you can see one of our groups in the secondary who are walking the course, or is this the marshalling area taken down to the... sorry, that's 13 years girls being taken down to the start area from the marshalling area. That's the first time we've had that view today. So that's 12-13s being walked down to the start area. And as I look across, I can see the first runners from the 12-13 years boys starting the run down the hill from the far side, and they still have approximately a kilometre to go. It looks like it's a race in 3 at the moment. We have a girl from CIS, and I think it's a girl from Sydney North in 2nd, and McKillop in 3rd. But they are setting a cracking pace, those girls out the front. And we've got another girl from Sydney North in 4th position. And they've got another little climb, which is a steep climb, but only short. And the Sydney North girl has made a move to take over first place. So they'll now come down. I'm sorry, I should be just calling them boys, because that's the boys' event. So if I've confused you out there, forgive me, it's my eyesight. We're about to move across for a presentation of the 11 years girls, as we see the boys. Sydney North just ahead of the CIS, just ahead of the Sydney North boy. And we'll move across to the presentation area shortly. And we'll cross now to the presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the 11 years girls. Our bronze medalist representing Queenwood, CIS, Alessandra McWilliam. Our silver medalist from Mater Dei Blakehurst McKillop, Olivia Kalamvokis. Thank you. And our gold medalist representing Engadine Public Schools, Sydney East, Ronya Warszawska.
And that was the presentation for the 11-year-old girls. The finish is very close in 12-13 years boys.
And I think we have the finish coming up very shortly, Neil. The boys are making that last climb up the hill before they come into the straight.
We have our first CIS running just about to come in, but that's not on screen.
So that's a win to CIS in the boys, 12-13. Second will be Sydney North.
Third from McKillop.
Okay, if we, on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, is the start of the girls, 12-13 years, 3,000 metres, and this will be the final event in the primary school championship this morning. So those girls are waiting the instructions of the starter.
As the sun starts to come out at Sydney Motorsport Park in New South Wales All Schools Cross Country Championship.
And we're just watching the finish of the 12-13 years boys. They have just completed 3,000 metres. And they are coming in, all coming in very strongly. And we've just witnessed the start of the 12-13 years girls, 3,000 metres. And again, as in most of these races, there's approximately 70 to 80 competitors. And as Grant mentioned, this will be the conclusion of the 12-year of the New South Wales Primary School Sports Association cross-country championships, and already in the stand we're seeing the changeover with parents who the children have completed, students have completed, starting on their way home. And we've got a very closely contested group here, and the lead runner is again from CIS, with a Sydney North girl closing the gap. And taking the lead as she heads up the straight.
So this is a great field now for this final event. And again, they're reasonably well compacted.
Yes.
And it looks like the Sydney North girl,
Sydney North, yes, is starting to...
might have created a little bit of a lead over the girl from CIS.
Yep. But we've got a group going with those two, so I'd say it's going to be competitive, right, especially around the top part of the course, where they get into those steep climbs. So there's a lot of activity out here, ladies and gentlemen. There's people arriving, people leaving, those people from Western who've got a long trip home. We'll start that journey shortly, and we wish them all a very safe travel. And we've got the secondary students arriving, and they're warming up out the back, a lot of them. Our first event in the secondary, which will be approximately at 12:30, is the 18 plus years boys event, and they do 8,000 metres. So they'll do 2 laps of the course, the 4K course. And we move down then from 8,000 to a 3,000 multi-class event, and then into 4,000 metres.
For those of you that know cross-country and those that don't, the distances are gradually increased as the age groups increase. So the furthest the primaries run is 3,000 metres, obviously starting with the 2,000 metres for the 8-9 boys, girls, through to the 10 years boys and girls. The secondaries start with the 13 years boys, 12 years boys, 13 years girls and 12 years girls with 3,000 metres. And then those distances progressively increase till we get to the 18 years boys running 8,000 metres or 8Ks, and the 18 years girls running 6,000 metres or 6Ks. So it's been a great day of racing so far. As you'll note on your screen, the sun has come out, and that's going to lead to some pretty good times today. And hopefully the track will dry out a little bit, particularly those
Muddy areas.
muddy areas off the track, yeah.
And just looking across the back of the course, just in front of that group, you can see on the TV, the young girl from Sydney North has opened up a lead of, let's say, 40 metres at present. And she climbs the steepest or the longest hill. In second place, we still have CIS. Paulding has moved into third place. And then I'm not sure what the next group girl is. But that is an extremely fast run from the young girl from Sydney North. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to move across to the 12 and 13 years boys presentation.
And our gold medal winner representing Oxley College CIS, Harry Keats.
And that was the presentation for the 12-13 years boys. While we're watching the finish of that presentation, ladies and gentlemen, I can let you know that way out the back, the Sydney North girl has increased her lead and is moving very, very nicely. Got a group of 3 runners behind her, but I'd say they're a good 50 to 60 metres behind her at the present. And she seems to be moving very comfortably with a nice steady style.
Now that second group, Neil, that's probably about 50 metres behind, or possibly even longer. That's still pretty tightly bunched. Yeah. So we're going to see a good finish from that group of 3 ladies or 4 ladies. But at the moment, the Sydney North girl could be a very good possibility of winning this event.
And in that second group, I think we have runners from Paulding, Sydney West, CIS and CIS. That group starting their last climb before they start the downhill run to home.
So just reminding spectators, audience, this is a selection trial for the School Sport Australia Cross Country Championships to be held in Adelaide. And the first 6 place getters will be invited to participate in that team and travel to South Australia to represent New South Wales. So well done to all those students who have already finished and have been selected or offered an invitation to run for New South Wales at the School Sport Australia Championships.
currently looking at the group in second, third, fourth and fifth places as they come towards the last part of the event. And I think our girl from Sydney North will be entering that final straight very shortly. I'd like to thank the cameramen for the work they're producing today, keeping us in touch with what's going on out there. So thanks to the guys on the cameras. And here she comes, the girl from Sydney North. That's a spectacular run. So it might be a race in 2 for second at the moment, although the girls from CIS are increasing their pace, their stride.
Now this is a great battle for second, third, fourth and fifth, Neil.
Yep.
Those girls are all in with a very, very good chance of making a top 3 finish, and in particular making a top 5 finish.
With about 150 metres to go, we have our girl from Sydney North. What a run. What a great run. She's led from start to finish. And she's doing it very easily. That's an exceptional finish. And a very good race with that young lady.
And judging on our results this morning, Neil, that would be the biggest winning margin we've had today. So well done to that girl from Sydney North.
And we have a race for second. The runner from Polding is just ahead of Sydney West, who is fighting back strongly. So keep going, girls. And the 2 CIS girls in fourth and fifth. So second to Polding, third to Sydney West, fourth to CIS, and fifth to CIS. And we have a runner from, I'm not sure, it might be Sydney East. Oh, no, I don't think it's Sydney East. Can't tell at the moment, unfortunately. But very good runs from all of those young competitors.
Sydney Motorsport Park.
And we're just watching the finish of the 12-13 years girls. At this point in time, I'd like to congratulate Troy Moran, the New South Wales Primary School Sports Association cross-country convener, for the successful completion of the primary section of the All Schools cross-country. This was Troy's first year as convener, and I know he was a little bit nervous this morning, but he can rest easy now.
No, Neil, this has been an extremely well organised event, and I think the competitors are very appreciative of the fact that, in spite of the inclement weather all week in Sydney, that we've been able to get this event completed, and with the sun out now, completed in so the students aren't getting too wet and too cold
while they're running.
Now, once this event is completed and we have the presentations, there will be a short break, and then we'll come back for the commencement of the secondary division. And the first event in the secondary division will be the 18 years boys 8,000 metres or the 18 years boys 8K event. But we'll give you a bit of an update as to times once these events are completed and the presentations have been made. And while I've got a bit of a lull in activity here, we're just waiting for the final competitors to finish in the girls 12 to 13 years 3,000 metres. Just like to once again thank everyone for your support of school sport. It's really important that school sport is supported by parents and friends, and as organisers of this event, we are very appreciative of the support you give to the children, particularly with bringing them to events such as this, and particularly to those parents that have made sacrifices to travel long distances to be here. As we know, New South Wales is currently undergoing some extreme weather conditions, and to those of you who have been able to make the travel and come and bring the children here, thank you very much. So while we're waiting the final presentations, which will be for the 12s and 13 years boys and the 12s and 13 years girls, once again thank all our officials and our medical staff for being here today, and reiterate Neil's words and thank the new convener, Troy Moran, on organising a terrific championship.
We're about to cross over for the presentation, but as Grant mentioned earlier, there will be a slight break before the start of the secondary events, and that's going to start with the boys 18 plus 8,000 metre cross country. For those people watching, these events take months to organise, due to the work of a number of people at all levels, from the teachers in schools who organise their school cross country, and the ones moved to the zone and district and the regions. And we're about to cross the presentations for the 12 and 13 years girls medalists. And to all those teachers involved back at school level, at all levels, we'd like to pass on our thanks and gratitude. And of course, again, as Grant has said, to the parents.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation area, we have the medal winners for our 12s, 13s girls. Our bronze medalist representing Dundas Primary School, Sydney West, Ivy Kim. Our silver medalist from St Carthage's Primary School, Paulding, Amira Shah. And our gold medal winner from Bilgola Plateau Primary School, Sydney North, Elisa Lawton.
And there we have our medalists from the 12 and 13-year-old girl cross country. As we've said, there'll be a short break. I think the live streaming may cease in the next half hour or so, but we'll come back with the start of the 18 years plus boys CHS champion, all schools championship.
Hi, I'm Pete Cardy, one of the disability officers with the school sports unit. We're at Barton Park today for one of our Come Try Athletics Days.
Our Come and Try Athletics Days are designed to introduce students with disability to the sport of athletics in a fun and non-competitive environment. We also show teachers different ways of modifying events to help them increase student participation and engagement.
It's been such a great day because we've got kids that wouldn't usually participate at our general school athletics carnival actually participating today, and they're getting a sense of success which they might not always get in the classroom at school.
Today I've been involved in javelin, shot put, discus, long jump and the running events.
Good to make more friends and get to know people that are like you, have the exact same disabilities.
For a lot of our kids, we don't have the professional learning or the skills in Canberra to be able to benefit them at all. So coming here today, it kind of exposes them to the big wide world of sport and kind of gives them the real rules as such and not just the Canberra rules. So it's been really beneficial to our kids.
We've got a great turnout of over 300 kids with disability coming along to participate in athletics.
They've come with their teachers from support, mainstream and SSB classes, and all have had a great time, trying the best in each event and making new friends along the way.
Everyone needs to be involved in this. We need to do more of it. We need to get our kids out there and having a go.
Today I had heaps of fun in playing money.
If you're a student with a disability, I would encourage you to come because it could help you improve your skills.
What's been your favourite activity today, Campbell?
Running.
Definitely get on these events with the kids. It's a great chance for them to get out and be themselves and compete and really enjoy a day where there's not as much pressure on them.
I'm going to go back to school to all my friends that come next time.
We just love it, and it's really good to encourage all the kids to have a go without the competition behind it.
Today we've assisted teachers in gaining a better understanding of the multi-class and classification processes so they can help their students compete in athletic events from a school level right through to state and national championships. If you would like help getting your students with disability involved in athletics or classified for multi-class events, feel free to contact us, or better still, why not bring your school along to one of our Come and Try Athletics Days.
My name's Peter Banks. I'm the leader of the school sport unit, and we're here today to check out one of our multi-sport days run by our disability and inclusion officers under the banner of the school sport unit. Come with me, let's have a look.
It is one of the must-go-to events of the year. The kids have had a ball. The range of sports provided from golf to bocce to football. They're exposed to many different sports that they've never done before.
I'm having fun today. I am playing AFL, golf and cricket.
Today I done boxer, volleyball and athletics. They're awesome days, absolutely awesome to see the diverse range of disabilities taking part in multiple sports. I think it's a great opportunity for these kids to try a sport that they may, in particular, might not have thought of or heard of before. So I think it's a great opportunity and a great pathway.
And it's also a great day to promote inclusion of disabilities and to kind of join kids with different disability organisations, especially for the talent scouting if they decide that they like a sport and they want to pursue a career, hopefully go to the Paralympic Games.
Botch is actually one of our sports we do statewide. It's a knockout competition. Every school is invited to attend and take part. We're hosting it across every one of our 10 associations. Kindergarten to Year 12 coming together at the end of the year for a state final. It will be a huge event and we look forward to seeing your school take part.
I'm so proud of the work that's being done by our disability and inclusion officers. In a very, very short period of time, they've been able to develop a database that has over 5,300 staff members statewide. And it's through those 5,300 staff members that we've been able to have all our students from around the state engage in a variety of activities that are provided through the school sport unit.
We're here also to provide teachers the opportunity to learn some new adaptive and modified versions of sport, ways that they can help students back at school and also connect them with different sporting providers outside of a school setting.
You know, we've seen some things that we can include in our own programs. Okay, we've been able to network with different professionals, maybe give students more opportunities, more information about funding, and hopefully they get exposed even more to other sports.
If you, your staff or your students are interested in being part of this amazing program, contact the school sport unit and our disability and inclusion officers.
Sora Wong. And our gold medal winner from Panania Public School, Sydney Southwest, Chloe Hunter.
That one, Sydney North and McKillop. Please.
Can we please have the team managers for the team results in the 12-13 years girls event? CIS, Paulding, South Coast, and for the 12-13 years boys, we've got Sydney North and McKillop. So those team managers, once again, for the girls 12 to 13, CIS, Paulding and South Coast, and for the 12-13 years boys, Sydney North and McKillop. Team managers to the presentation area now. Thank you.
Thank you.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the boys 12 to 13 years multi-class event. Our bronze medalist from Manning Garden Public School, from the Hunter, John Usher. Representing Armidale City Public School Northwest, Samuel Weisel. And our gold medal winner from Kincumber Public School, Sydney North, Cody Wrench.
We have our next presentation, which will be the 12-13 girls multi-class. Thank you.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the 8s, 9s girls multi-class event. Our silver medalist representing Newcastle Grammar School, CIS, Daisy Falconer. And our gold medal winner representing St Aloysius Chisholm, Paulding, Sienna Compton.
This is just a last reminder to anyone wishing to walk the course. The course entry point will be closed in just over 10 minutes, so last chance to access the course if you would like to walk the course. That's secondary competitors and team managers. Thank you.
Our next presentation will be the 8 and 9 years boys multi-class.
Sydney North and MacKillop, team managers for the boys 12 to 13 years to medal presentation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the boys 8 and 9 years multi-class event. Our bronze medalist from Braddock Public School, Sydney West, Teddy Scott. And our gold medalist representing Mariong Public School, Sydney West, for Tui Pualoa.
Our next presentation will be the 11 years boys multi-class presentation of medals. And making way up to the dais now.
Medal winners for the 11 years boys multi-class event. Our silver medalist from Wadalba Central School, Sydney North, Ralph Anstead. And our gold medal winner representing Marion Public School, Sydney West, Xavier Mansour.
And that was a presentation for the boys 11 years multi-class event. A very proud winner. He's acknowledging the crowd, enjoying himself. Our next presentation will be the 10 years boys multi-class. We're just making their way up to the presentation area.
About to rain, Ross. A bit faster. Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation area we have the boys 10 years multi-class medal winners. In third place, representing Covenant Christian School CIS, Jeremiah Middleton. And a little bit faster. And our silver medal winner from Bondi Public School, Sydney East, Emerson Ryan. And our gold medal winner from Shell Cove Public School, South Coast, Xavier Wilson.
And that is a presentation for the 10-year-old boys multi-class event. Is that the last one? Our final presentation in the multi-class event is for the 10 years girls.
Ladies and gentlemen, in our presentation area we have the girls 10 years multi-class medal winner. All the way from Macquarie Public School, North Coast, Annabelle Davey.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the final presentation in the multi-class. We will now have a short break leading into the secondary events this afternoon. Thank you.
Attention please, could we have a McKillop team manager to presentation before they leave? McKillop team manager to presentation.
Race Around Australia is a fantastic resource for teachers to get kids motivated and wanting to do exercise, and it's also a lot of fun.
The Race Around Australia app, the boys and girls were asking every single morning, could they please go outside for a run? So it was a bit of a shock. Even on the rainy days and the cold days, they wanted to get outside and have a go.
I enjoyed that we got to get active and just run with our friends and our peers while having fun, and I liked that it was a bit competitive because we were seeing other schools and we had to try and be the furthest school to get all around Australia.
We got to about Brisbane on the map, which is really cool because we would never really run that far in real life.
It energised them and it brought that energy into the classroom, which was really infectious. You know, we're all busy, we have a lot of content to get through, so if you are bringing a resource into your classroom, you want to make sure it hits everything. We did everything from mathematics to history to geography, and what I really loved about it was the connection to country.
Yeah, I used the Race Around Australia app to teach the geography, and wherever we got, it had a great Aboriginal connection to it as well, so it was great talking points.
In my classroom, Race Around Australia was introduced through a length activity. So we initially went out and measured with trundle wheels around a few different areas around the school.
We looked into the milestone and we were able to do informative text and write informative text based on the topic, the city, the animal that we achieved when we reached that milestone.
A lot of my students, Australia is very new to them. So plotting and looking around, that for them was a big eye-opener, and it felt really engaging because it was new in that sense that they got to explore their own country.
I tried to get them out running around previously and they found it boring, but as soon as I introduced Race Around Australia, they were excited to get out and about.
What I noticed was the stamina that students had with physical activity increased. I think that was because they were motivated to do this regularly.
My favourite thing about Race Around Australia was doing the workouts with my friends and then getting a kilometre so we can see which Aboriginal country we're up to.
It makes me concentrate and proud when I'm doing it. My favourite thing about Race Around Australia is how it helped me socialise and communicate with other people who I never usually communicate with.
My favourite activity was planks and push-ups.
Holistically supporting the wellbeing of all students at Westmead Public School is vital, and physical activity is a key component in improving student wellbeing. The Race Around Australia program has been a wonderful resource to encourage increased student activity.
You need those breaks, you know, from a long 45-minute lesson for 8 and 9-year-olds. They need a little bit of break, do something else. You could do it in a 5-minute grab, so it was really easy just to start the day with it, or if you felt that the children were flagging a little bit and needed that brain boost, you could get them up and let's do some Race Around Australia, and they were always asking, are we going to do it, are we going to do it? So the enthusiasm was really infectious.
Even after the Race Around Australia had finished, my students were still asking every day for us to participate in workouts and keep that going.
Next year, I just want to keep using it as much as possible and just talk about it, get the conversations out there.
I would tell other students about how fun it was to compete in activities in Race Around Australia.
I would tell them they're really missing out on a lot of fun activities.
Before a workout, I feel tired, and after the workouts, I feel strong and refreshed.
Lexi is an incredible student who attends Nambucca Heads Public School. She has a limb deficiency, but that doesn't stop her from doing anything that everyone else does.
Sometimes when I'm meeting new people, I usually cover my arm like this and I hide it from them, and I'm scared if they're going to look at me up and down like I'm some different person.
She was keen to be involved in athletics, but we decided that maybe she could be also involved in swimming.
The lady at the time that was training her, she said, oh, I think she could, you know, be a good swimmer. So Lexi does every sport. She doesn't let anything stop her, and she just gets involved in absolutely everything.
When she first started, she was barely able to swim 20 metres, but because of her drive and her enthusiasm, she decided that she wanted to take herself to the next level. She is now representing our school at the New South Wales PSSA Swimming Championships in 4 separate events.
I want to go to Sydney because I want to show people with my disability that they can do it too.
Lexi is one of those students who doesn't let anything stand in her way.
I think it's helped her confidence in, never giving up and always having a go, and it's just she just doesn't let anything stop her, and she's travelled and she's gone in everything and met all these amazing people.
I've made lots of new friends, and I've even met people with one arm too. I'd love to see other kids get involved with sports so you can stay fit and you can also meet new people and make new friends.
The kids are building friendships, they're building their resilience, they're learning not to give up. They're challenged, but they overcome those challenges. So we do see the impact on their learning as well.
I'm very proud of my PBs because in North Coast I did very good PBs, but I beat the time in state. In breaststroke, it was 10 seconds, and in 100-metre freestyle, it was 8 seconds. I got 3 medals, and all of them are first.
From day one, I knew that sport was where I wanted to go. I found that it was a great way to connect with children. I want young people to step up. I want people to have a go. It's hard, it's challenging, there's long hours, but what you get from the other end is absolutely wonderful.
Hey, I'm Jules from Bondi Rescue. It's my job to watch the whole beach, so it's really important that your grown-ups watch you. Water can be really unpredictable, so they mustn't be distracted while you're swimming or mucking around near the water. Show them this important video message that's coming up and remind them that water is a cool place to hang out, but they need to watch you closely. I'm really looking forward to sharing the water with my new bub. It will always be my job to watch them. Enjoy a safe summer, everyone, and don't forget to like and share this message.
School holidays are almost here and summer's going to be so hot. We are so busting to get in the water and swim.
COVID-19 lockdowns across Australia have stopped us practicing or even learning to swim this year, but thankfully some things are now being allowed and swimming is at the top of our list.
So this summer, the risk of us kids not being safe in the water is going to be high, and it's your job as our parents and carers to really watch us and keep us safe, even if the lifeguard is there.
Watching carefully starts at home with no distractions in the bathtub or in the home pool.
And all the way to our holidays and weekends away. Woohoo! Keeping us kids safe around water is your responsibility. After all, it's
you who love us and you who care for us the most.
And you know us like nobody else.
But you may not know how safe or what the water is like at a new holiday place. So now you will have to be super aware and never take your eyes off us, even if you think someone else is watching.
After all, we're not as good at swimming as we were last year. So please, this crazy year like never before, enjoy summer as best we can, but really ask yourself, how closely are you watching us?
So Anna is in our IM support class. So Anna actually has the 2 disabilities, the intellectual disability and the physical disability.
Seeing Anna with the things she's had to overcome with the prosthetic and intellectual disability, it's great to see the success, and hopefully that sort of inspires other students with that kind of disability to have a crack at and try different sports and get involved in physical activity.
We even forget how hard it might be for her to do things because she just gets out and has a go and does it.
The physical disability doesn't limit Anna at all.
I've been in the horse sports, the equestrian team, cross country, swimming, athletics.
Once she started doing this swimming and going away to a multi-class event, she'd come back with medals and the teachers would be all praising, and she's just got a lot more confident and outgoing.
These are some of the medals I've won over the year for butterfly, freestyle, breaststroke, backstroke.
I think it's gone a long way to promoting inclusion within the school. It gives lots of other children the opportunity to see just how capable a young person with a disability is.
Yeah, I've met heaps of friends through sport. It's really nice to meet them.
Yeah, they all have a lot of empathy for one another and yeah, just really have each other's back, and yeah, that's the friends I think she's gotten over the time.
Sport and physical activity and being involved in things as a group, it's about friendship, it's about doing your best, it's about trying new things, and really it's about trying to encourage the spirit in the school around cooperation and collaboration and growing for the future.
100% let them have a go.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's plenty of people out there to help. And if they don't know, make phone calls. Just ring up people. There's always people out there that are willing to help.
Just jump in and have a go.
Hi, I'm Pete Cardy, one of the disability officers with the school sports unit. We're at Barton Park today for one of our Come Try Athletics Days.
Our Come and Try Athletics Days are designed to introduce students with disability to the sport of athletics in a fun and non-competitive environment. We also show teachers different ways of modifying events to help them increase student participation and engagement.
It's been such a great day because we've got kids that wouldn't usually participate at our general school athletics carnival actually participating today, and they're getting a sense of success which they might not always get in the classroom at school.
Today I've been involved in javelin, shot put, discus, long jump and the running events.
Good to make more friends and get to know people that are like you, have the exact same disabilities.
For a lot of our kids, we don't have the professional learning or the skills in Coonamble to be able to benefit them at all. So coming here today, it kind of exposes them to the big wide world of sport and kind of gives them the real rules as such and not just the Coonamble rules. So it's been really beneficial to our kids.
We've got a great turnout of over 300 kids with disability coming along to participate in athletics.
They've come with their teachers from support, mainstream and SSP classes, and all have had a great time, trying the best in each event and making new friends along the way.
Everyone needs to be involved in this. We need to do more of it. We need to get our kids out there and having a go.
Today I had heaps of fun in playing money.
If you're a student with a disability, I would encourage you to come because it could help you improve your skills.
What's been your favourite activity today, Campbell?
Running.
Definitely get on these events with the kids. It's a great chance for them to get out and be themselves and compete and really enjoy a day where there's not as much pressure on them.
I'm going to go back to school to all my friends that come next time.
We just love it, and it's really good to encourage all the kids to have a go without the competition behind it.
Today we've assisted teachers in gaining a better understanding of the multi-class and classification processes so they can help their students compete in athletic events from a school level right through to state and national championships. If you would like help getting your students with disability involved in athletics or classified for multi-class events, feel free to contact us, or better still, why not bring your school along to one of our Come and Try Athletics Days.
My name's Peter Banks. I'm the leader of the school sport unit, and we're here today to check out one of our multi-sport days run by our disability and inclusion officers under the banner of the school sport unit. Come with me, let's have a look.
It is one of the must-go-to events of the year. The kids have had a ball. The range of sports provided from golf to bocce to football. They're exposed to many different sports that they've never done before.
I'm having fun today. I am playing AFL, golf and cricket.
Today I done boxer, volleyball and athletics.
They're awesome days, absolutely awesome to see the diverse range of disabilities taking part in multiple sports. I think it's a great opportunity for these kids to try a sport that they may, in particular, might not have thought of or heard of before. So I think it's a great opportunity and a great pathway.
And it's also a great day to promote inclusion of disabilities and to kind of join kids with different disability organisations, especially for the talent scouting if they decide that they like a sport and they want to pursue a career, hopefully go to the Paralympic Games.
Bocce is actually one of our sports we do statewide. It's a knockout competition. Every school is invited to attend and take part. We're hosting it across every one of our 10 associations. Kindergarten to year 12 coming together at the end of the year for a state final. It will be a huge event and we look forward to seeing your school take part.
I'm so proud of the work that's being done by our disability and inclusion officers. In a very, very short period of time, they've been able to develop a database that has over 5,300 staff members statewide. And it's through those 5,300 staff members that we've been able to have all our students from around the state engage in a variety of activities that are provided through the school sport unit.
We're here also to provide teachers the opportunity to learn some new adaptive and modified versions of sport, ways that they can help students back at school and also connect them with different sporting providers outside of a school setting.
You know, we've seen some things that we can include in our own programs. Okay, we've been able to network with different professionals, maybe give students more opportunities, more information about funding, and hopefully they get exposed even more to other sports.
If you, your staff or your students are interested in being part of this amazing program, contact the school sport unit and our disability and inclusion officers.
Race Around Australia is a fantastic resource for teachers to get kids motivated and wanting to do exercise, and it's also a lot of fun.
The Race Around Australia app, the boys and girls were asking every single morning, could they please go outside for a run? So it was a bit of a shock. Even on the rainy days and the cold days, they wanted to get outside and have a go.
I enjoyed that we got to get active and just run with our friends and our peers while having fun, and I liked that it was a bit competitive because we were seeing other schools and we had to try and be the furthest school to get all around Australia.
We got to about Brisbane on the map, which is really cool because we would never really run that far in real life.
It energised them and it brought that energy into the classroom, which was really infectious. You know, we're all busy, we have a lot of content to get through, so if you are bringing a resource into your classroom, you want to make sure it hits everything.
We did everything from mathematics to history to geography, and what I really loved about it was the connection to country.
Yeah, I used the Race Around Australia app to teach the geography, and wherever we got, it had a great Aboriginal connection to it as well, so it was great talking points.
In my classroom, Race Around Australia was introduced through a length activity. So we initially went out and measured with trundle wheels around a few different areas around the school.
We looked into the milestone and we were able to do informative text and write informative text based on the topic, the city, the animal that we achieved when we reached that milestone.
A lot of my students, Australia is very new to them. So plotting and looking around, that for them was a big eye-opener, and it felt really engaging because it was new in that sense that they got to explore their own country.
I tried to get them out running around previously and they found it boring, but as soon as I introduced Race Around Australia, they were excited to get out and about.
What I noticed was the stamina that students had with physical activity increased. I think that was because they were motivated to do this regularly.
My favourite thing about Race Around Australia was doing the workouts with my friends and then getting a kilometre so we can see which Aboriginal country we're up to.
It makes me concentrate and proud when I'm doing it. My favourite thing about Race Around Australia is how it helped me socialise and communicate with other people who I never usually communicate with. My favourite activity was planks and push-ups.
Holistically supporting the wellbeing of all students at Westmead Public School is vital, and physical activity is a key component in improving student wellbeing. The Race Around Australia program has been a wonderful resource to encourage increased student activity.
You need those breaks, you know, from a long 45-minute lesson for 8 and 9-year-olds. They need a little bit of break, do something else.
You could do it in a 5-minute grab, so it was really easy just to start the day with it, or if you felt that the children were flagging a little bit and needed that brain boost, you could get them up and let's do some Race Around Australia, and they were always asking, are we going to do it, are we going to do it? So the enthusiasm was really infectious.
Even after the Race Around Australia had finished, my students were still asking every day for us to participate in workouts and keep that going.
Next year, I just want to keep using it as much as possible and just talk about it, get the conversations out there.
I would tell other students about how fun it was to compete in activities in Race Around Australia.
I would tell them they're really missing out on a lot of fun activities.
Before a workout, I feel tired, and after the workouts, I feel strong and refreshed.
Second and final call for the multi-class secondary 3,000 metre event to the western end of the grandstand. Multi-class secondary 3,000 metre event is the second and final marshalling call. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live stream of the New South Wales Combined High Schools and New South Wales All Schools Cross Country Championships. We will be starting our second session with the boys 18 years 8,000 metre event, and that'll be followed by the multi-class 12 to 14, 15 to 16 and 17 to 19 years 3,000 metres event. And those students have been called to the marshalling area, so we'll be commencing these events in approximately 5 minutes' time.
Welcome back to the live stream of the 2022 All Schools Cross Country Carnival. And I'd just like to begin with today by acknowledging the Darug people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather here today for this meet, and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and respect to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people here today or joining us through the live stream. Had a very successful morning with the primary championship just being completed. We're awaiting the 18 years plus boys 8,000 metre cross country. They are down with in the starters' hands, and they'll be away. They do 2 laps, two 4 kilometre laps. And I'll hand you back to our other co-commentator, Mr. Grant Parker.
Thank you, Neil. So we're waiting on the start. The competitors are with the starter, and our starter is Mr. John McIntosh, who has been officiating at this event for the past 50 years. So well done to John, coming up once again and giving freely of his time to start this event. Now the secondary fields are a little bit bigger than the primary fields, and as you see, this is going to be a very, very big event with a large number of competitors. So in the secondary events, we have the 12 government regions plus West Darling sub-region, and we also have the Combined Independent School Sports Association and the Combined Catholic College of Sports Association. That gives us a total of essentially 12 associations and each association can nominate 10 runners. So these are big fields, and just to get here in itself is quite an achievement. This is at the state level, and from these events we will be selecting a team to participate at the School Sport Australia Cross Country Championships, which will be held in Adelaide in September. Now at the national level, some age groups are amalgamated, so we will need to collate all the times when the events are finished before a final decision is made on those students who will move through to the School Sport Australia event. So still awaiting the start of this 18 years boys event, which will be the first event of the secondary division. As Neil mentioned, we had a terrific morning this morning with the primaries. The weather did clear towards the end of the primary section, but over lunch we've had a little bit of rain, and the wind has also come up a little bit as well. So the conditions won't be terrific, and it'll be a good test of these boys as they make their way around this course. In the main, the course will be on the tarmac of Sydney Motorsport Park, which is where the supercars race, but there are some sections where they do need to do crossovers, and those areas this morning which were used have become quite boggy, and that'll be a bit of a test of the boys when they've got to move from the firm surface of the racetrack onto the grass area to do those transition sections. The 18 years boys are underway. It's a very tight field. They will make a run of approximately 300 metres to the finish line, which they'll cross, and then they'll make the move up the hill, which has got a rather challenging gradient. Once they make the top of the hill and make the right-hand turn onto a slight downhill, they'll then make another left-hand turn, and it's a more challenging gradient, and that will take them to the top of the Sydney Motorsport Park, the highest point in this particular venue. So it's pretty compact at the moment as the boys move past the grandstand, and obviously getting a great cheer from all the spectators, parents, friends that are here today to wish them the best and cheer them on. So I got the boy from the Combined Catholic Colleges. It's just taken an ever so slight lead. The field is still pretty compact, but the hill will be the determinant in the initial stages. It will sort the boys out as they make their way up to the first turn. And once again, I'd like to thank all those spectators that are here today. The weather in Sydney has been very challenging, and to those that have travelled great distances through, in some cases, very inclement weather to be with us today, we thank you very much for your patronage, attendance and support of the championships. We'd also like to thank Sydney Motorsport Park. The weather in Sydney this week has been very, very poor, and we've been very lucky to be able to get this event on today. First time it has been run in 2 years due to what we've experienced in the past 2 years with the COVID pandemic. So thank you to Sydney Motorsport Park for your assistance and your help in this, the biggest championship we run at the New South Wales schools level in New South Wales. you might have noticed a motor vehicle, a ute, going past the boys. That motor vehicle trails the boys around the track in case there's emergency medical help is needed. We have a full system of medical people on site, and if any boy or girl is injured on the field or on the track, then they are taken down to the medical centre and given immediate assistance. We'd also like to thank the medical people. They did a great job this morning and they'll do a great job this afternoon. Competing at this year's championships are Sydney East, the Sydney East region extends from the Harbour Bridge down to Heathcote. Riverina, which obviously is down in the Riverina area, it's on the border of Victoria. The Hunter region, which is immediately to the north of Lake Marmora. South Coast, which obviously is the South Coast region, also taking in the Snowy Mountains. The North Coast region, which goes basically from north of Newcastle to the Tweed Heads. Sydney North, which encompasses the northern part of Sydney from the Harbour Bridge, and also takes in the Central Coast. Sydney West is essentially from Auburn West as far as Katoomba, and Sydney Southwest, which takes in Liverpool, Campbelltown and those areas immediately to the southwest of Sydney. Our next region is Western Region, which is the largest region in New South Wales, and it takes in all those students attending schools from Lithgow right through to just east of Broken Hill. Northwest, again, is another region from the far northwest of New South Wales. And we also have the students from West Darling competing, and that's what's called a sub-region, and that's based around the Broken Hill area. We also have CIS Secondary, and we have the Combined Catholic Colleges. So well done to all those students that have made their teams and are competing at these championships today. So the boys are about a quarter of the way through this 8K event, and the field is starting to spread out a little bit.
As you can see, the boys are making their way up to the top of the hill. This is the first lap of 2 laps Put on to the And we've now got our lead runners in the 8-year-old boys. I'm sorry, 18-plus-year-old boys. Not the. We still have a big group at the front as I can see them coming down the far side of the course. They're probably 1.5 k's out from where they started, and then they'll go around again. These are the very best schoolboy runners in New South Wales, the 18 years plus. In cross country, you'll have to keep the white markers on your right hand side. And you're obviously running between the red, white and orange markers. We've got quite a strong group out in front, of about 10 runners. As they climb the last hill before they'll start the downhill into the start area again, where they'll start their second lap. Currently in the lead, we have the boy from Riverina as they start their second lap. And they are at a water station. They have a water station just up the straight here. And this is lead pack. We've got Riverina in front, Sydney North, followed by CIS, followed by Sydney East.
Sport coming here for our 18 plus boys. 4Ks down, 4Ks to go. The Main Zone region earned themselves a spot at the state titles. Their final year of high school. Let's make it a memorable one for them as they make their way past the grandstand here. Second and 2, 4-kilometre laps here at Sydney Motorsport Park. 90 competitors.
So the boys are coming round for the start of the second lap. So 4K down, 4K to go. And this is one of the longest endurance events in school sport, not only in New South Wales, but in Australia. So well done to these boys. It's a great effort. The weather isn't terrific today, but they're certainly showing great resilience as they challenge these elements.
Our lead group has just come back into view. They're about approaching two-thirds into the race. They're still setting a very good pace. The Sydney North boy is leading currently from CIS. We've lost our Riverina boy who was leading it. He set a very good pace for the first 4K.
So the Sydney North boy now looks like he's taking a bit of a lead there, going up
the hill.
This the really tough hill in the championship.
And he seems to be pushing very hard. He obviously thought about this race. He's working hard up the hills. And I think we've started our second race of the afternoon for the secondary schools, our multi-class event, which will be run over 3,000 metres. So in our multi-class event, we have all ages in the secondary school and all classifications of disability.
So now that event is a combined event with both the boys and girls.
That's correct.
And I'll just go through those classifications for you, just in case you're not familiar with the multi-class competition. So we have the deaf or hard of hearing. We have the visual impairment athletes. We have the intellectually impaired athletes. And we have the physical impairment athletes. And those classifications in the physical are cerebral palsy, short stature, upper limb, transplant, and lower limb. Now with the multi-class, it's not necessarily the person that goes over the line first is the winner, as the ultimate determination of the winner is done through the classification of the athlete and the time they have run for the event. So that'll all be done once the athletes have finished and have all have completed the course. They will then go up to the multi-class room where the calculations will be made and the winners will be determined. These athletes are also eligible for School Sport Australia selection, and if selected will compete in Adelaide in September. So well done to those boys and girls. Now with the 8K race with the 18 years, there are drink stations strategically placed around the course. So if the boys are in need of a drink, or the girls in that case, they are able to get a drink so they can remain hydrated. Although the weather has cleared, it did rain at lunchtime and the wind did come up, but we now are seeing sunny skies and the track is drying out somewhat. Not totally, but somewhat.
We're just waiting to catch a glimpse of our lead runners in the 18 plus boys, and they should start to appear on the far side of the course very shortly.
And those athletes you see running up the hill at the moment are the multi-class athletes, and we see an athlete there who has a guide, and he's doing very, very well. And there are a range of classifications in this event, so any athlete who has a disability, we welcome them to participate, because all athletes have the opportunity in the multi-class events to compete and to sometimes get a personal best.
We can now see the lead runners in the 18 plus boys coming down. There's a group of 4 who've created quite a gap between the next set of runners. We have a group of 4 runners right at the front with approximate lead of 100 to 150 metres on the rest of the field. I think we've got 2 CIS runners, a Sydney North runner, and maybe a combined Catholic Colleges runner. Or Sydney East it may be.
So those boys are setting a very good pace here, and that lead has changed a number of times, and it looks like the boy from Sydney North seems to excel on the uphill runs, and he's taken quite not a great lead, but he's taken a couple of metres out of what Neil believes to be the boy from Sydney East. With the 2 combined independent school boys at the moment, running third and fourth. But as we have watched in this event, the lead has changed a number of times, and some athletes are stronger on the uphills and some athletes are stronger on the downhill runs. So we'll wait till they come across the line to ultimately see who our winners are.
As they come into view, we do have a runner from Sydney North being closely followed and being challenged by, I think it may be a Sydney East student or a combined Catholic colleges, I'm not 100% sure. So they've got a gap of about 40 metres on the next runner from CIS. So it's going to be a race to the finish line for those two out in front.
And that's good grouping from the combined independent schools boys. They're running, we believe, third, fourth and fifth at the moment, followed closely by the Sydney North, another Sydney North runner.
And they're coming down the final straight now, the two runners. And unfortunately our view was blocked. But we should get them out. It's the Sydney North runner who has jumped away to a good lead and he's powering home. What a very good run that has been. Well judged, well timed. And he ran the hills very, very well. And he's spent, as is the boy from the combined Catholic colleges. We have third place to CIS. Fourth to CIS. And our fifth runner is another runner from Sydney North.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the screen now is the start of the 15 years boys 4K event. And being a 4K event, obviously it will be half the distance that the 18 years boys ran. So those boys are now heading up Brabham Straight, and they'll shortly come past the grandstand as they make the run up the hill to make the first turn. And these events are very, very big fields, and if all areas, associations send their full complement, we're looking at 120 athletes per division. So at the moment we've got the boy from Sydney Southwest in front, although he's just been overtaken by the two boys from the combined independent schools, so well done to those lads as they head up for the first turn. The television doesn't do that hill any justice. It is quite steep, and the boys, this will certainly sort out the athletes as they make their way up to that first turn. So it's very good team running here from the CIS boys. There would be 5 of those boys in the top 10. So excellent running, CIS. Well done.
The 15-year-old boys represents the third event we have on the course. We still have some 18-year-old boys finishing, plus the multi-class competitors finishing. So we may have a bit of a crossover with a few of these races. We'll just see how they finish.
Now on our live stream feed, we're only getting the athletes on the track, and I believe there is a separate feed for the finish line. So apologies if we're not calling the finish, but I believe there is a separate finish line feed. And on your screen you can now see the multi-class athletes. And they're making their way up the hill, and they probably are 1,000 metres out from the finish. So they're well on their way to the end of the event, bearing in mind this is a 3,000 metre event for the multi-class athletes. You might also notice, ladies and gentlemen, on the athlete singlets at the back there are numbers, and those numbers represent the region that the athletes are representing. So number 1 is Sydney East, number 2 is Riverina, number 3 is Hunter, number 4 is South Coast, number 5 is West Darling, number 6 is North Coast, number 7 is Sydney North, number 8 is Sydney West, number 9 is Sydney Southwest, number 10 is Western, number 11 is Northwest, number 14 is the combined independent schools, and we believe possibly number 13 is the combined Catholic colleges. So I've just been advised they're wearing no numbers. So they're the numbers for your information. If you have spotted the athletes from the back, they're the numbers that they're wearing on their singlets, which identify them and the region they compete for.
We've just had multi-class finish too.
Okay, so on the finish line, if you're watching the finish, the multi-class athletes are currently finishing. Well done to those students. This has been a very, very tough event today with the weather conditions we're experiencing. Whilst the track is somewhat dry, the transition areas where they're moving across grass have been steadily getting bogged down with the athletes this morning. So well done to those athletes, and particularly the multi-class athletes. So on our finish line feed, we still have the athletes from the multi-class finishing. And I believe we also have some 18 years competitors finishing as well. So it's a little bit complicated at the finish, but it's only in that there is a crossover between some events, and that'll happen for the rest of the afternoon as we start races that are already with a race already on the track. And there is some changeover at the finish. The timing is done obviously individually, and at the finish line you will see a pumped up banner, and that is the finish line, and the people from Multisport have got the timing gear in place. It's activated by the athletes as they cross the line. And I believe those results will be available on the website at some stage, either today or tomorrow. And once again, could we thank all those people that have been involved with this event, and particularly our live stream camera people who've done a great job this morning and obviously this afternoon to bring you these great pictures of these outstanding athletes in action at the cross-country championships.
We have a look there. On the screen we have a Sydney North boy accompanying a North Coast boy and encouraging him all the way to the finish line. What a great sign for sportsmanship, and they both enjoyed their run together. Well done, boys. We now have the start of the 14 years boys, and that'll be over 4,000 metres.
We'd also like to acknowledge the great work that Grant Newell and the assistant convener Jodie Borg do. Grant's been the long-standing convener of cross-country at the combined high schools and was one of the people involved in moving the championships to Eastern Creek many, many years ago. And we congratulate Grant on his foresight in those days, and we congratulate him today on his organisation of these championships in conjunction with Jodie. We'd also like to thank Lyndall Jesse and Anne-Marie Miranda for their work in organising the combined Catholic colleges and the combined Independent School Sports Association teams. So the event now heading up the hill to the first turn is the boys' 14 years, 4,000 metres event. And again, they'll run the same course as the 15 years boys. The New South Wales Combined High School Sports Association, the Combined Catholic Colleges Sports Association and the Combined Independent School Sports Association would also like to thank the support that they received from their educational bodies. And we'd also like to thank the School Sports Unit under the leadership of Mr. Peter Banks and his offsider, Lucette King. And also thank Geordie Austin for being here today representing the Department of Education and making presentations. So thank you to those people for your terrific support of the young athletes in New South Wales schools.
We're about to go to a presentation. I'll hand you over to the presentation staff.
TV support coming for all our multi-class athletes, and keep your eyes peeled for our 15 years boys, our leading competitors, about to hit the finishing line.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the New South Wales All Schools 18 years boys. Our bronze medalist representing Newington College CIS, Bailey Habler. Our silver medalist from Muslin College Randwick CCC, Lachlan Stanfield. And our gold medal winner from Northern Beaches Secondary College Manly CHS, Logan Campbell. Medals being presented by Sylvia Corish, Executive Director of Student Support and Specialist Programs. Thank you, Sylvia.
So it was a CIS 1, 2, 3.
And we're just, as a final presentation for the 18 plus boys was taking place, our 15 years boys started to finish off. I think it was a first, second and third to CIS in that event. They ran well. You could see they were running well up the straight together. And they've done very well in the finish here too, by the looks.
Yeah, the CIS boys now have, I believe they do compete at schools, and that certainly showed out today, the way those boys all ran together as a team.
Yep.
And finished taking out the majority of places in the top 8. So well done to the boys from CIS.
From Sydney North, Adam Brunich. And our gold medal winner from Northern Beaches Secondary College Manly, representing Sydney North, Logan Campbell.
Oh, the CHS medals, wasn't it? Must have been.
Mm.
Second and final call for the 17 years girls, 4,000 metre athletes to the Marshalling area. Second and final call for the 17 years girls.
So that last presentation, ladies and gentlemen, was the presentation to the combined high schools competitors. In the secondary division, there are 2 sets of medals presented. One set to the overall winner of the New South Wales All Schools Championship, and that takes into consideration government schools, combined independent schools and combined Catholic colleges. And there's also a separate division for the combined high schools, which are the government schools section. So we will be crossing to those presentations as they become available during the afternoon.
On the start, we have the 15-year girls who will be running 4,000 metres. I think this is the first girls' event for the afternoon.
Yeah, this is the first individual girls' event, Neil.
Yes, that's correct.
The multi-class was a combined event.
Oh, yes, I made a mistake. There was a big finish coming up over here for a few of the boys as they finished the 15 years boys. Well done, lads.
So the girls 15 years are currently in the hands of the starter, awaiting the instructions and awaiting the start. And on the track we have the boys 14 years, 4,000 metres. It gets a bit hectic now because we will be starting races while other races are on the track. And again, if you are watching the finish line feed and are not aware of the procedures there, all the athletes have a electronic time, and those times obviously go through to whatever division they're in.
And we have had the start of the girls, and they'll be making their way up Jack Brabham Straight very shortly.
So the weather conditions, ladies and gentlemen, have slightly changed since this morning. There is a breeze coming across the course now, and that'll certainly make the hill runs that much more difficult as they run into the breeze. At the moment, the rain is holding off, but there are some dark clouds certainly to the southeast at the moment. So let's hope that the weather does hold off so the athletes can compete in relatively good conditions. So this event being the 14 years girls, and the two competitors from the combined 15 years girls, the two competitors from the combined independent schools have established a little bit of a break on the field from the girl from Sydney West and Sydney North. So they're the top four at the moment as we head up the hill, followed closely by another three competitors from the combined independent schools, and they're showing their team running skills today. Absolutely fantastic.
As we look across at the back of the course, I think we can see the runners from the 14-year-old boys coming into view.
And again, ladies and gentlemen, those pictures of the hills do the hills no justice. These hills are quite steep, they're quite long, and they're very, very taxing on the athletes. And with the 4K events in particular, they have to do two of those hills quite close together. So well done to the athletes, and certainly we applaud them for their great efforts here today.
This is our first runner coming in the... Oh no, sorry, I may be wrong there. I'm not sure which race these kids... Remembering we had some students with disabilities out there in the multi-class, and a couple of 18-year-old boys, or 16... There are 18-year-old boys still out there. I think very shortly we'll see the first runners for the 14 years boys come into view.
So the 14 years boys are making the run up the last hill. Very shortly they will come into view, coming down the hill as they come down to the finish line. So we have our first competitor finishing
That's the 15 years boys.
In the 15 years boys, and that's a competitor from CIS, so well done to him. 14 years boys, that's been a great effort.
And CIS in second place.
In the second place is CIS as well.
And I think we have Hunter coming in third. We're about to go across to the 15 years presentation. It'll be made shortly.
For our first 3 government school athletes across the line for the Combined High Schools Championship. Kobe Stewart crossing the line there in 4th overall as well. And for the New South Wales team, their times will be compared to the 15 years boys age group. And the top 8 combined times will make that New South Wales all-schools team. So Tom Marks coming across, and Jack Marks as well. Corey Everett, Alexander Marshall finishing off there as well. So fantastic stuff here, and keep your support coming for all our 14 years boys competitors finishing off their 4,000 metre event here at Eastern Creek.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the presentation area we have the medal winners for our 15 years boys. In the bronze medal position is representing Sydney Grammar, CIS, is Julian Wiley. Our silver medalist from Oak Hill College, CIS, Isaac Beecroft. And our gold medalist from Bishop Druitt College, CIS, Daniel Williams.
Second and final marshalling call for the 16 years girls, 4,000 metres to the marshalling area. Second and final marshalling call, 16 years girls, 4,000 metres.
The second lot of presentations, ladies and gentlemen and students, will be for the combined high schools medals.
In the presentation area we have the medal winners for the New South Wales combined high schools. Our bronze medalist from Lithgow High School, Western, Ryan Wells. Our silver medalist representing Merriweather High, Hunter, Matthew Nyman. And our gold medal winners from Carryong Mountains High School, Sydney North, Joshua Ireland.
Event.
So on the track at the moment, ladies and gentlemen, we have the 15 years girls, and they're heading up the hill, and they're approximately halfway through their event, so we'll see them heading to the finish very, very shortly. So moving on to the start line, we believe that is the start of the 17 years girls 4,000 metres.
Sydney Motorsport Park. There, 4,000 metre event. So shuttle competition here, and you'll see another massive field. All of the secondary school events in the Triple Bs, 100 plus, and good strong representation from our rural and remote areas of New South Wales as well as our metropolitan areas. So fantastic stuff out for these girls. Moving on back to Sydney Pride now for the 4,000 metres championship of New South Wales.
So as the competitors head up the hill towards first turn, the Sydney North girl has established an ever so slight lead over the rest of the field.
As we watch the competitors go up the hill, we're going to move across to the presentation for the 14 years boys medalists.
And once again on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, we believe it's the 17 years girls. And we're about to cross to the presentation area for the presentation of the medallions to the 14 years boys 4,000 metres competitors.
And not too far away from the finish now, our leading competitors have gone through the checkpoint with 500 metres to go. Claudia Meeker of Combined Catholic Colleges leading the way. Annabelle Miller, Ruby Fry, both of CIS up there. The first of our government school athletes through with 500 to go is Fleur Cooper. So only a minute or two away from finish from the 15 years girls 4,000 metre championship.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the 14 years boys. The New South Wales all-school medal winners, our bronze medalist representing Hunter Sports High, Hunter Nat Ward. Our bronze medalist from Arden Anglican School, CIS, Benjamin Woodhouse. And our gold medal winner from Trinity Grammar, CIS, Matthew McLaughlin.
welcome them home, ladies and gentlemen. Our 15 years girls New South Wales All Schools Championship competitors making their way through to the finish line. Fantastic effort by Claudia Mika from Combined Catholic Colleges to take the All Schools state title. Close between the minor placings here. Looks like there's CIS singlets at the front of the field here for second, third, and it looks like fourth as well in the 15 years girls 4,000 metre event. So it is Ruby Fry coming across the line for the All Schools silver. Annabelle Miller in third, also from CIS. And Lily O'Reilly just behind them there. Fourth overall, the third of our CIS competitors. As we see Fleur Cooper holding on, hanging tough here towards the line. And of course, these times will be compared to the 14 years girls time to select an under 16 New South Wales All Schools team. Fleur Cooper will be the CHS Government School State Champion as well, coming through. And Combined Catholic Colleges represented in behind her. Just there is Phoebe Doran.
We have the medal winners for the 14s boys New South Wales Combined High Schools. Our bronze medalist from Terrigal High, Sydney North, Harry McCluskey. Silver medalist representing Hunter Sports High, Hunter, Corey Everett. And our gold medalist from Hunter Sports High, from the Hunter, Nate Ward.
Currently, we're watching the finish of the 14 years girls cross country. They've just completed 4,000 metres.
And on the track at the moment is the other competitors in the 17 years girls, and they're coming up the hill, the final hill. No, they're going up the first hill, apologies, as they head up to the halfway mark on the track. So the girls coming up the final hill are the other competitors in the 14 years girls 4,000 metres. So two events on the track at the moment, the finish of the 14 years girls and the competitors in the 17 years girls. And at the start, as we go to the start line, this is the start of the 16 years girls, 4,000 metres. And again, another big field. And they'll be shortly crossing in front of the grandstand, 17 years girls, sorry. And shortly they'll be crossing in front of the grandstand. I do apologise there. This is the start of the 16 years girls 4,000 metres.
Country Championships.
Actually, ladies and gentlemen, viewers, this is the 17 years girls that we are witnessing now. We've unfortunately got our order out of. We're out of order, and we were just witnessing the finish of the 15-year-old girls, and very shortly we'll have the 14-year-old girls finishing.
Second and final marshalling call for the 17 years boys 6,000 metres. Second and final marshalling call for the 17 years boys 6,000 metres to the western end of the grandstand. Thank you. Another reminder that we have Instant Photos Australia here taking some fantastic action shots of all our athletes here at the All-Schools State Cross Country Championships. They are located under the grandstand near the tunnel in the white photo trailer. The photos are able to be printed on the spot and are available today only. So make sure to take Photos Australia after your event.
So we're approaching the finish of the 14 years girls, and this is going to be a very, very good win to the girl from Sydney North, followed closely by the competitors from the combined independent schools, finishing in second and third. So well done to those ladies in the 14 years girls. So we will be crossing shortly to the presentation area for the presentation of medallions to the pace getters in the 14 years girls 4,000 metres event. As we move to the finish line, we are still watching the finish of the 14 years girls. And we'll now cross to the presentation area for the presentation of medallions to the 14 years girls.
A region association team. So we see the next events get underway here. The 16 years girls over 4,000 metres.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the 15 years girls all schools team. Our bronze medalist from Newcastle Grammar, CIS, Annabelle Miller. Our silver medalist from Skeggs, CIS, Ruby Fry. And our gold medalist from St Scholastica, CCC, Claudia Mika.
So 96 competitors here. The 16 years girls 4,000 metres event. And a reminder, the top 8 times across this age group and also the 17 years girls, also on course at the moment, will be selected on the New South Wales All Schools team. So interesting to see how the tactics play out as well. It's not just about winning their event, it's not just about placing, but making sure the pace is honest so they can get a quick time and put themselves in a position to be selected on that New South Wales All Schools team.
Our next set of presentations are the CHS medals for the 15 years girls.
15 years girls, New South Wales Combined High Schools. Our bronze medalist representing Cronulla High CHS Sydney East, Sari McKee. Silver medalist representing Wimberley High Sydney West, Hannah Giannatti. And our gold medalist from McKellar Girls, Sydney North, Fleur Cooper.
Second and final marshalling call now for the 16 years boys 6,000 metre competitors to the marshalling area. Second and final marshalling call. Thank you.
Currently on screen you have the 16 years girls, which have just gone past, and just across the way we can see the first of the 17 years runners approaching the last hill climb, short hill climb. And we have two runners who have got a lead of 150 odd metres. And the lead runners are reaching the top of the hill, and they'll turn right and come down through the grass section, which has presented a few problems over the day. I think on camera now we have a number of runners in the 17 years girls. If you're watching the finishing line feed, the 17-year-old girl is just about to cross the line. I think it's a girl from Combined Catholic Colleges, followed by, in second place, a girl from the CIS. And we're going to go across to the presentation of the next presentation. And I'll hand you over there.
Competitors continue to make their way and hang tough here after 4,000 metres of running and fighting for those selection spots as well. So it looks like Alexia Kalamvokis as well of CIS will come through for third overall. So the All Schools bronze to Alexia Kalamvokis there of CIS. And when we go back to one of our Combined Catholic Colleges representatives, just in behind there as well, Grace Pomeroy there representing CCC, doing a great job. Katie Lee also doing a great job. She'll be on the podium in the CHS Championship, and Neve McMahon of Combined Catholic Colleges as well. Leaving it all out on the track here in the 17 years girls, 4,000 metres Some of these girls, it's their final time here. Some of them, they got one more chance in 2023.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the New South Wales All Schools 14s girls. Our bronze medalist from Winona CIS, Millie Chudley. Our silver medalist representing St Catherine's CIS, Piper Simpson. And our gold medal winner from McKellar Girls High, Sydney North, Pippi Tapanya.
Second and final marshalling call for the 18 plus is 6,000 metre event. So second and final marshalling call, 18 plus years girls, 6,000 metres to marshalling.
On the vision now, we have the start of the 13 years boys, 3,000 metres.
The medal winners for the 14s girls, New South Wales Combined High Schools. Our bronze medalist from Swansea High School, Hunter, Emerson Leadbeater. Our silver medalist representing Warilla High, South Coast, Sky Bell. And our gold medalist from McKellar Girls High, Sydney North, Pippi Tapanya.
The event that's going currently past the grandstand is the 13 years boys 3,000 metres. Now there has been a slight change in the published program.
It's 16th. They've got to be. They're not 13th.
Finding themselves in a good position where they can conserve the energy early on.
We'll keep you posted on that last event. It seems that the screen might have indicated the wrong event, but anyway, we'll move on from that. Good to see the team pride from the Western region girls as well. An individual sport that is definitely camaraderie and team culture evident here at the All Schools. So here's the support coming for our 17 years girls.
Marshalling call now for the 30 years boys 3,000 metres. Your first marshalling call. Can you please make your way to the marshalling area at the western end of the grandstand? This is a request. Could everyone please check they've got both shoes on their feet? We've got one shoe here. So that one is on the 14 and 15 boys race. If you're missing a shoe, you come to the presentation area and collect your other shoe. Thank you.
So on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that they're the competitors in the 16 years girls.
Second final call for the 13 years boys, 3,000 metres to make your way to the marshal area now. So second final call for the 13 years boys, 3,000 metres. You have 6 metres girls now making their way to the finishing straight with about 100 metres to go. Welcome our first finishing.
So as we approach the finish line, we have the finish of the 16 years girls. And that's a great win to the CIS competitor, closely followed by another CIS competitor, and we believe a Sydney East competitor. So we'll stay tuned for the for third place, but definitely first and second place going to the girls from CIS. Well done, ladies. We'll now move on to the presentation area for the presentation of medals to the 17 years girls.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the 17 years girls, New South Wales All Schools. Our bronze medalist representing PLC Sydney, CIS, Alexia Kalamukas. Our silver medalist from Monona School, CIS, Mia Fry. And our gold medal winner representing South Coast, Ulladulla High, Lily Winwood.
And making those presentations to the girls was Miss Sylvia Corish, representing the Department of Education. We thank Sylvia for her support of school sport, and in particular her coming today to make those presentations.
CHS. Our bronze medalist representing Sydney East, Blackwater Bay, Stella Baselli. Our silver medalist from the Entrance Campus, Tuggerah Lakes Secondary College, from Sydney North, Stella Norris. And our gold medal winner from Ulladulla High School, CHS South Coast, Lily Winward.
Now this will be interesting. So at the front of this field,
so as we move to the finish line, we have the girls in the 16 years, 4,000 metres completing their event. So currently we have on the track the boys 17 years 6,000 metres and the boys 16 years 6,000 metres. The 6,000 metre course involves 2 laps of the 3,000 metre course, and that involves going past the grandstand twice. So it's both those events are currently on the track. Now, as you realise, there is a little bit of overlap with these boys' events, but the timing will separate the competitors, and obviously they'll be individually awarded. And I believe we're going to now move to the presentation area for the presentation of the students who are place getters in the multi-class 3,000 metres event.
And we will have a number of these because we've got girls and boys and who ran in the one race, and we've got a number of age groups to go through. So we'll hand you over to the presentation area.
Presentation area, we have the 17 to 19 multi-class all schools winners. Our bronze medalist representing Kingswood High, Sydney West, Reese Tattersall. Our silver medalist from Pennant Hills High, Sydney North, Darcy Mellor. And our gold medal winner from St Peter's Catholic College, Tuggerah CCC, Joseph Feather. In the presentation area are medal winners for the New South Wales Combined High Schools 17 to 19 multi-class. Our silver medalist representing Kingswood High, Reese Tattersall, Sydney West. And our gold medal winner representing Pennant Hills High, Sydney North, Darcy Mellor.
Marshalling call now for the 12 years boys, secondary 3,000 metres. Could you make your way to the marshalling area? First marshalling call for the 12 years boys, 3,000 metres. Thank you. So very, very soon we will see our 17 years boys competitors over 6,000 metres finish off their event, and their 16 years boys 6,000 metres will be coming through for their first lap. And there you go, so they're starting to split, and some of them coming down the finishing straight, and there'll be a few others commencing the second lap of their 6,000 metre event. So our finishers coming through here. So this is our 17 boys coming down the finishing straight. And on the other side, we've got our 16 years boys. You can see some of them just made the error there, just went along the wrong side of the road, but it's very, very close racing here. Let's get behind them. Nothing in it. Who's going to want it more? And just starting to pull away. Looks like Northwest will take the win. That's probably Northwest's first win of the day. I don't remember another one coming through. So Northwest, Combined Catholic Colleges and Sydney East. Fantastic stuff. Adam Williams, New South Wales All Schools champion. Mitchell Blackburn for second. And Max Russell in third, followed by Cam Burnett, Braden Everett, Ethan McKenzie, Ryan Frickberg, Oliver Ham crossing the line there as well. Very close race in the 17 years boys, 6,000 metres as we continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the start area we have the 17, 18 years girls, and they're awaiting the starters' instruction, or listening to the starters' instructions, and awaiting the start of their event, which will be 6,000 metres, so 6Ks for the 18 years girls, and again, same as the boys, 2 laps of the 3K course.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move across to the presentation area very shortly for the presentation of the 16 years girls medals. I'm still awaiting the start of the 18s plus. On the screen at the moment, this is the second lap of the 16 years boys. I'll hand you across to the presentation area.
Let's keep the cheers and support coming here. 17 years boys finishing off, as we said. 16 years boys starting lap number 2. The bulk of the field coming through now. Showing plenty of support. Help them lift into the back end of this race. Some of them with 50 metres to go. Some of them with 3K to go. But their spirits are still high here at Eastern Creek as they look to finish off nice and strongly and stay with the pack they're in at the moment. And as well, try to get themselves as high up as possible to see how they rank against the very best in the state, as well as the team point score, bragging rights as well within the regions and associations.
And going past the grandstand, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that's the 13 years boys, 3,000 metres.
Our bronze medalist from Mount St Angelo, CCC, Gracie Henry. I'm done. From a silver medalist from Pymble Ladies College, CIS, Abigail Bolhausen. And our gold medalist representing Oxley College, CIS, Amelia Mary.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the 16 years boys still on the track, and they've been joined now by the 18 plus girls, who will also be doing 2 laps of 3,000 metres, taking it up to 6,000 metres.
We have the medal winners for the 16 years girls New South Wales Combined High Schools. Our bronze medalist from Ulladulla High, South Coast, Olivia Greenhouse. Our silver medalist representing Narandra High School, Riverina, Ellie Hall. And our gold medal winner from Woolooware High, Sydney East, Kira Bauer.
See, last call for the 12 years boys, 3,000 metres. Very last minute call for the 12 years boys, 3,000 metres, your second and final call to go to the marshalling area if you are not already there. Thank you.
And on the screen now we have the 16-year-old boys lead group. We have a North Coast boy amongst 3 CIS lads.
And also on the track with the 16 years boys is the 18 years girls, who are also doing a 6K run. And those girls are heading up the second of the hills to the top of the Sydney Motorsport Park, which is the highest point of the park. And those competitors, ladies and gentlemen, you see, if you're on the feed that's coming from the track, they're the boys in the 16 years, 6,000 metres, and you'll notice on the back wearing their numbers, and they're identifiable for each region, except for the Combined Catholic Colleges boys, who are not wearing numbers or who don't have numbers.
And I believe with the 16-year-old boys, our lead pack is just about to... We have the lead pack just about to turn at the top of the course and come down through the grass section, and they'll be hitting the finish straight in the next couple of minutes. And we're going to go across to the presentation for the boys' 16-year-old multi-class event. I'll hand you over to the presentation team.
We have the medal winners for the New South Wales All Schools 15 to 16 multi-class event. Our bronze medalist from Narara Valley, Sydney North, Luke Roberts. Our silver medalist from Northern Beaches Christian School, CIS, Finley Bragg. And our gold medal winner from Gilroy Catholic College, Castle Hills, CCC, Matthew and Giza.
Just about had it. At the bottom of our screen, we can notice the boys from the 16 years boys. They're in their second lap. They are probably 3/4 of the way through the race at the moment. And here we have a finisher from North Coast. A big run here from another boy from North Coast to win the 16 years boys. The previous runner was from the 18-year-old, 17-year-old boys. So they're winner from North Coast and the 16 years boy from CIS. And second and third and fourth to the CIS.
Years multi-class. Our gold medal winner representing Narara Valley High, Sydney North, Luke Roberts.
And our fifth runner in for the 16-year-old boys is from the northwest. Well done, he's given everything. Followed by CIS and combined Catholic colleges. Okay, good race here for the next couple of positions. It's the combined Catholic colleges just touching out the CIS, and a young lad from Western region coming in 8th spot. As we look at the screen, on screen now we have the 18 plus girls. They're on their first lap, and at the start we have the 13-year-old boys who've got 3,000 metres.
So the 13 years boys are about to come past the grandstand as they make their run up the first hill. The 13 years boys run 3K or 3,000 metres, and as they approach the grandstand, it's a pretty compact field at the moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, the 13 years boys have just commenced their 3,000 metre race, and very shortly we'll be moving to the presentation area for the presentations for the 17 years boys.
The 13 years girls, 3,000 metres.
We have the medal winners for the 17 years boys, New South Wales All Schools. Our bronze medalist representing Sydney Boys High, Sydney East, Max Russell. Our silver medalist representing Edmund Rice College, CCC, Mitchell Blackburn. And our gold medal winner from Farrer High School, Northwest, Adam Williams.
So show your support here. Some good sprint finishes again in the 16 boys and our 18 plus years girls. Sophie Franksy of Combined Catholic Colleges leading the way into the second of 2 3-kilometre laps.
We have the medal winners for the 17s boys, New South Wales Combined High Schools. Our bronze medalist from Katara High Hunter, Braden Everett. Our silver medalist representing Sydney Boys High, Sydney East, Max Russell. And our gold medal winner representing Farrer Agricultural High from Northwest, Adam Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, the competitors moving past the grandstand are the girls in the 18 years plus 6,000k race, and they're on their second lap, so approximately 3k's or 3,000 metres to go for those ladies. Also on the track at the moment are the boys in the 13 years, 3,000 metres. So they're heading up the hill, about coming up to about the halfway mark for that race. So there is a possibility that the girls could catch them, but I don't think that'll happen.
The lead runner, Grant, from the girls 18s plus may have a good chance of catching a few of the slower lads as they approach that hill. She's set a cracking pace, and she seems to work harder up the hills.
Yeah, she's going very well, isn't she now? Yeah. She's showing a clean pair of heels to the second and third competitors.
It would be 200 metres behind, I'd suggest.
At least. So well done to the girl in front, and well done to the girls coming second and third as well. They've established quite a break on the fourth, fifth and sixth competitors. So it's a pretty spread out field, and the girls are running very well. A lot of the girls, as they commence the second lap, are taking the opportunity for a drinks break.
As we watch the boys 13 years go up the steep hill at the top, we'll be moving over to the presentation area where we have presentations for the 12 and 13-year-old boys multi-class.
In the presentation area, we have the 12s to 14s multi-class all schools medal winners. Our silver medalist representing Barker College, CIS, Cooper Rob Jackson. Our silver medalist from St. Augustine's College, CIS, Hugo Russell. And our gold medal winner from Illawarra Grammar School, CIS, Jack Gibson. And now in our presentation area, we have the 12 to 14s New South Wales Combined High School medal winner representing Minerva School, Sydney East, our bronze medal winner, William Harrison.
Second and final marshalling call now for the 12 years girls. 3,000.
So, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to those multi-class boys. And currently on the track, we have the 13 years boys. And I'd probably be thinking the 18 years girls will be getting close to the finish.
The 13 years boys are approaching the final turn before they come into the Brabham Straight to come with 200, 300 metres up the track to the finish line. We still have a number of 18 plus girls making their way past the grandstand for the second time. The direction of the wind at the moment is directly into the people running up the Brabham Straight.
This is a long event, Neil. It's and there are places on the track where it's very difficult to navigate through. It's very boggy. So congratulations to all competitors who have been able to complete the course today, and to those competitors that are still out there, congratulations and the best of luck with your finishes.
Well, you can see in the background on the screen the finish for the 13 years boys has been tightly contested, with two boys from the CIS coming first and second, Sydney North in third spot, CIS in fourth and fifth, and Sydney North in sixth, seventh, and the CIS boy in eighth, this boy from Sydney West in ninth, I believe a boy from Catholic, the CCC in 10th position. Well done, lads. It's a big race, and they've given it everything.
And well done to those CIS boys. These are a very well-trained group of lads, and that is demonstrated by the way they run as a team. So well done to those boys.
And it's a hectic finish still coming here in the 13 years boys. They're all just trying to get that one place higher.
So in the start area, ladies and gentlemen.
This would be the 12-year-old boys, I believe, Grant. They have a 3,000 metre run in front of them.
Yeah.
These are the 12-year-old boys from the secondary school system. And the 12-year-old boys will be going past the grandstand very shortly. And we're going to hand over to the presentation area where we have the girls 12 to 14 multi-class presentation.
So keep an eye out for them. And our 12 years boys event also underway as well. So 12 years boys coming through to the line. Our 18 plus years girls. We've got a couple of athletes in the finishing straight here. Looks like it will be Emma Olsen-Keating. She's just come back from overseas competing at the World Junior Triathlon Championships. New South Wales CIS will take the win again. Fantastic stuff, Emma Olsen-Keating. Now last year of high school to get the win, and a convincing win as well. Better part of 100 metres or even more as our next race. Our 12 years boys make their way past the grandstand, the commencement of their 3-kilometre event. A couple of athletes saluting the crowd, loving the support here. So continue to encourage them. Sophie Franksy coming through in second place here from Combined Catholic Colleges, the all-school silver medal. She led through, I think, unless I missed Emma at the end of the first lap, but it was a very impressive effort by her to come through in second. We still await third across the line in the 18 plus years girls.
Have the medal winners for the girls all schools 12 to 14 years multi-class. Our bronze medalist from McIntyre High School Northwest, Bella Griffin. Our silver medalist representing Belgian High North Coast, Anouk Laverty. And our silver medalist Representing Calrossi Anglican School CIS, Abby Pete. Medals are being presented by Mr. Peter Banks, leader of the school sports unit.
So very close battle for the bronze in that 18 years girls between Holly Story and Bronte Oates. I think it was just Bronte Oates that dips ahead, but nothing in it. Very, very marginal between those two CIS athletes, and continue to support our girls in their last year of high school as they work towards a finishing line here. Some big finishes all round as they head down to the finish arch.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the New South Wales CHS 12 to 14 girls multi-class. Our silver medalist representing McIntyre High Northwest, Bella Griffin. And our gold medalist from Belgian High North Coast, Anouk Lavity.
So at the finish line, ladies and gentlemen, it's the 18 years girls completing their event. And on the course we have the 13 years boys.
Another reminder that we have Instant Photos Australia here taking fantastic action shots of all our competitors at the New South Wales All Schools Cross Country State Championships. They are located under the grandstand near the tunnel in the white photo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the vision you have on TV, on the live stream is the 13-year-old boys. And they're moving around and they'll start coming back to the finish line. And there are still some 18-year-old girls out on the course. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go to the presentation area for the presentation.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the girls 15 to 16s all schools multi-class event. Our bronze medalist representing CCC St John Paul II Catholic College, Charlize Tran. Silver medal winner from CCC Emmaus Catholic College, Layla Sharp. And our gold medal winner representing Oak Flats High School, South Coast, Charlize Colwell. And our 15 to 16s New South Wales Combined High School gold medal winner from Oak Flats High, South Coast, Charlize Colwell.
Let's hear it for our 13 girls, ladies and gentlemen, as they head past the grandstand, commencing 3,000 metres here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Another massive field of athletes here. They've shown plenty of intent early as they're split 7-8 wide across the track here. CIS up there, Sydney West, as well as Sydney East. Got a couple up there as well as Sydney North, trying to push up into that top pack. There's nothing really separating at the moment. And you need to be with them when that surge does come, and just looking to bide their time as they head up the incline here. The 13 years girls, 3,000 metre championship of New South Wales for 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the 13 years girls making their way up to the first turn.
As you see, some of our 18 plus years girls finish off their 6,000 metre event. You can also see our 12 years boys competitors finish off as well. So big battle all the way down, finishing straight here. And your champion coming across the line there, Matthias Wong of CIS, getting the job done there. Fantastic racing by him at David Bogosky. Also going through representing in second place there as well at 12 years, and Thomas Chalmers.
So the 13 years girls have just commenced their 3,000 metre run, and they're heading up the first hill before they make the right hand turn and moving on to the greater part of the track. So while that event goes up the hill, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move over to the presentation area for another multi-class event presentation.
Make sure you stick around and support all our athletes here. There's one more left to go.
And it's been a fantastic day of racing. Over 2,000 competitors from all over New South Wales battling it here. One of the great things about cross country, you can have massive numbers, and good to see plenty of teams travelling near and far to be here today at the All Schools State Championships, the first one since 2019.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the girls 17 to 19s all schools. Our bronze medalist representing Boundary High School from the South Coast, Akala Miller. Our silver medalist representing Madawi Christian School CIS, Monica Moore. And our gold medal winner from Eileen O'Connor Catholic College CCC, Awut Nail.
So congratulations to those multi-class winners. Well done, ladies. And good luck with your selection in the New South Wales All Schools team that will compete at the School Sport Australia Championships to be held in Adelaide in September. Well done, ladies. New South Wales Combined High Schools 17 to 19 multi-class event, and our gold medal winner is Akela Miller from Boundary High, South Coast. And on the track, ladies and gentlemen, we have the 13 years girls 3,000 metres, and our final event of the day, which is the 12 years girls 3,000 metres, are in the starters' hands, and will very, very shortly commence their event. So while we await the start of the 12 years girls event, we'll move over to the presentation area. In the presentation area, we have the 16 boys New South Wales All School medal winners. Representing CIS Trinity Grammar, Luca Gillard. Silver medalist, St Joseph's College, CIS, Oliver Neat. And our gold medal winner from Aurora High, North Coast, Jade Kitching.
One of our biggest fields of the day here for our last event of the day here. 106 competitors for the 12 years girls secondary 3,000 metres. Let's show you support as they head alongside the grandstand here for the first time. The next time that they do so, they will head down the finishing straight. So massive field here. Good to see all our 12-year-old girls in action here at Eastern Creek for the New South Wales All Schools Championship. Their event, 3,000 metres.
So as they head up the hill for the first time, which will be the only time in the 3,000 metres, it's a girl from Sydney North. Has taken a bit of a lead, about 2 metres, and she'll lead the pack as they head up this hill. We'll move back to the presentation area.
Our silver medal winner from Coolah High School Northwest, Lachlan Cook. And our gold medal winner from Arara High, North Coast, Jade Kitching.
So congratulations to those boys. As we catch up with the girls, the 12 years girls on their first lap. The final event of the 2022 New South Wales Primary Schools, New South Wales Combined High Schools and New South Wales All Schools Cross Country Championships. This is the biggest event it is running school sport in New South Wales with over 2,000 competitors, representing all educational authorities, being the government school system, the independent school system and the Catholic school system. So congratulations to all those students, parents and teachers who have taken the time to prepare the students for this event. So at the finish line we have the finish, and that's a win to the girl from Combined Independent Schools. No, actually it might be a win to the girl from Sydney North. Let's just say we missed that finish, so we'll just await judges' results there.
It's all about that, the way you finish off when it does hurt the most and who wants it the most as well. Very close racing here, the 13 years girls, 3,000 metres. You can see how many athletes there are in this one. Another 100 plus field. And it's a true state championship. Every corner of New South Wales represented. And our government schools, independent schools and Catholic schools meeting together for the first time in a couple of years. So very impressive stuff here, the 13 years girls, 3,000 metres.
So the 13 years girls 3,000 metres event has been concluded, and we're just watching the so while the 13 years girls are finishing, we're going to move to the presentation area for the 13 years boys.
We have the medal winners for the New South Wales Combined High Schools 13s boys. Our bronze medal winner from Northern Beaches Secondary College, Manly campus, representing Sydney North, Eamon Corey. Our silver medalist from Newington College, CIS, Will Cheshire. And our gold medal winner from St Columbia Anglican College, CIS, Trent Alley. Name is?
Mortimer.
So congratulations to those boys in the 13 years all schools division. Well done, boys, and good luck with your state selection.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the 13s boys New South Wales Combined High Schools, and we have a trifecta for Sydney North. From Narrabeen Sports High, Dylan Mortimer in the bronze medal position. Our silver medalist representing Carlingford High, Joel Moresi. And our gold medal winner representing Northern Beaches Secondary College, Manly campus from Sydney North, Eamon Corey.
So congratulations to those boys in the 13 years, 3,000 metres division. And on the track, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see we have the final event, the girls in the 12 years, 3,000 metres, and they're currently making their way around the track. And probably about halfway at the moment, so about another 2 or maybe 5 minutes to go till they finish. So we'll switch to the finish once the girls get into the area where they come down onto the main straight. So as we conclude our event this year, ladies and gentlemen, once again thanks to all the parents and friends who have made themselves available to bring the competitors to our event today. This is the biggest school sport event held in New South Wales. We have been blessed with the weather today. It looked like it was going to be a very inclement day, but the weather did hold off. We'd also like to thank Sydney Motorsport Park for allowing us to use their facilities. To have a facility such as this where we can hold an event when the weather has been so poor during the week is very, very much appreciated. So going up the final hill, in the final event, the 12 years girls will soon appear on your screen as they come down towards the last turn before they make it into the main, into Brabham, Sir Jack Brabham Straight to head up to the finish line. So the competitors are going across the car park area, which leads them into the turn for the main straight. And as we look on our screen now, we can see our first competitors coming up. We might try and go to the on-ground announcer.
Combined Catholic colleges working towards the line. Takes a look over the shoulder just to make sure she's got this one in the bag. Looks really comfortable and still efficient after 3 kilometres of running. Very impressive stuff to take the win. Lila Rigby from Combined Catholic Colleges, your all-school state champion for 2022. CIS will come through in the silver medal position there as well. Sienna Novak, that is. And just behind is Layla White. So 2 Combined Catholic Colleges on the all-schools podium there. As we see come through, Melissa Bigler-Meyer, the government schools. And she'll be our first government school athlete across the line, CHS champion. Sasha Curry also on the podium for the CHS championship event, and Taylor Wood just behind Ayla Marsha-Witt as well. Continues to support all our athletes in the final event of the afternoon, the 12 years girls secondary 3,000 metres.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move to the presentation area and hand you over to the presentation announcer.
Can we please have John Gates to the first aid area? John Gates to the first aid area next to presentation in gate or garage number 49.
In the presentation area, we have the medal winners for the 12 years boys, New South Wales All Schools. Our bronze medalist from Swansea High, Hunter Thomas Chalmers. Our silver medalist from Endeavour Sports High, Sydney East, David Bogovsky. I can't say that. And our gold medal winner from Newington College, CIS, Matea Wong. Presentation area, we have the medal winners for the New South Wales Combined High Schools 12 years boys. Our bronze medalist representing Swansea High is Mitchell Chalmers. Silver medalist from Swansea High, Thomas Chalmers. And our gold medal winner from Endeavour Sports High, Sydney East, David Bogovsky.
So congratulations to those boys in the 12 years 3,000 metres division. Well done, lads.
In New South Wales, remember they've got through Zone N school, Zone N region, just to be here today, earning their spot to represent their school, their region, with pride here at Eastern Creek, and they're doing a very good job in leaving it all out on course. So well done to all our 12 years girls competitors and all competitors here today at the 2022 New South Wales All Schools Cross Country Championships at Sydney Motorsport Park.
bloody ball. Watch out. We have the medal winners for the New South Wales All Schools 18s girls. Our bronze medalist from Roseville College, CIS, Bronte Oates. Our silver medalist from CCC, Brigidine College, Randwick, Sophie Ferenzi. And our gold medal winner from PLC Sydney, CIS, Emma Olsen-Keating. How pleasant is this? Not?
These last little 10 minutes.
Oh, it'll be an hour at least. Yeah. We'll get there. And our CHS... We have the 18s girls, New South Wales Combined High Schools. Our silver medal winner is Ruby Eckerman from Smiths Hill High, CHS, which is South Coast. And our gold medal winner from Sydney North, McKellar Girls, Katia Bockman.
So congratulations to those girls in the 18 years, 6,000 metres event. And we're awaiting a couple more presentations before we will sign off for the afternoon. But while we're waiting for those presentations, could I once again thank everyone who has been involved in this event today, particularly the competitors, the parents, and those friends who have travelled in some instances, long distances to be here. The weather has suddenly turned poor, and I thank everyone for staying around for the presentations. Could I also thank the officials, many of whom have been sitting out at particular checkpoints since 8:30 this morning. Thank you for your dedication to the cause, and also thanks to the organisers, Troy Moran and Grant Newell, for a fantastic job you've done. So we're going to go back to the presentation area, and I'll hand you back over to the on-ground announcer.
There's your medal, and congratulations, but you'll have to go upstairs. Oh, garage now. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
That's okay. It's wet.
No, watch me.
In the presentation area, we have the 13s girls New South Wales All Schools winners. Our bronze medalist representing South Coast, Jessica Khan from Ulladulla High School. Our silver medalist representing PLC Presbyterian Ladies College Sydney CIS, Eva Gowell. And our gold medalist from Stella Maris College CCC, Philippa Quarrell. And now in the presentation area, we have our 13s Girls New South Wales Combined High School medal winners. In third place, representing Sydney East from Endeavour Sports High, Bridget Bass. Also representing Sydney East from Woolooware High, Mia Bridgeland. And our gold medal winner from Ulladulla High, South Coast, Jessica Can.
So congratulations to those girls in the 13 years 3,000 metres division. And we'll stand by for the last presentation of the afternoon, the 12 years girls 3,000 metres. Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly move to the on-ground announcer for our final presentation of the day, the presentation of medallions to the girls' 12 years 3,000 metres competitors. And once again, thank you everyone for your presence either at the event today at Eastern Creek or Sydney Motorsport Park, as it's more commonly known now. And certainly thank you to our audience who have taken the time to watch the event and certainly give moral support to those students who have competed here today. Once again, thanks to all the organisers, and for those travelling, safe journey home.
I'm coming, sorry. Just get... In the presentation area, we have our final presentation, the 12s Girls, New South Wales All Schools. Our bronze medalist from Our Lady of Mercy College, Boronese, CCC, Layla White. Our silver medalist representing St Catherine's, Waverley, CIS, Sienna Novak. And our gold medalist from Stella Morris College, CCC, Lila Rigby. And our final presentation is to our New South Wales Combined High School's 12-year-old girls. Our bronze medalist representing Kiama High, South Coast, Lucy Dara. Our silver medalist representing Sydney Northern Beaches Cromer Campus, Sydney North, Ayla Marshall-Whitty. And our gold medalist all the way from Temora High, Riverina, Sasha Curry. Make more noise, like.
And once again, congratulations to their girls. I'm not sure if you can see it on the screen. The heavens have absolutely opened up. And not only would I like to thank all the competitors for their patience today, but particularly the girls in the 12 years for making themselves available for a presentation in very, very poor conditions. So well done, ladies. Thank you, everyone, for your attendance and for your patronage on the live stream. And we'll now sign off. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Pete Cardy, one of the disability officers with the school sports unit. We're at Barton Park today for one of our Come Try Athletics Days.
Our Come and Try Athletics Days are designed to introduce students with disability to the sport of athletics in a fun and non-competitive environment. We also show teachers different ways of modifying events to help them increase student participation and engagement.
It's been such a great day because we've got kids that wouldn't usually participate at our general school athletics carnival actually participating today, and they're getting a sense of success which they might not always get in the classroom at school.
Today I've been involved in javelin, shot put, discus, long jump and the running events.
Good to make more friends and get to know people that are like you, have the exact same disabilities.
For a lot of our kids, we don't have the professional learning or the skills in Canberra to be able to benefit them at all. So coming here today, it kind of exposes them to the big wide world of sport and kind of gives them the real rules as such and not just the Canberra rules. So it's been really beneficial to our kids.
We've got a great turnout of over 300 kids with disability coming along to participate in athletics.
They've come with their teachers from support, mainstream and SSB classes, and all have had a great time, trying the best in each event and making new friends along the way.
Everyone needs to be involved in this. We need to do more of it. We need to get our kids out there and having a go.
Today I had heaps of fun in playing money.
If you're a student with a disability, I would encourage you to come because it could help you improve your skills.
What's been your favourite activity today, Campbell?
Running.
Definitely get on these events with the kids. It's a great chance for them to get out and be themselves and compete and really enjoy a day where there's not as much pressure on them.
I'm going to go back to school to all my friends that come next time.
We just love it, and it's really good to encourage all the kids to have a go without the competition behind it.
Today we've assisted teachers in gaining a better understanding of the multi-class and classification processes so they can help their students compete in athletic events from the school level right through to state and national championships. If you would like help getting your students with disability involved in athletics or classified for multi-class events, feel free to contact us, or better still, why not bring your school along to one of our Come and Try Athletics Days.
My name's Peter Banks. I'm the leader of the school sport unit, and we're here today to check out one of our multi-sport days run by our disability and inclusion officers under the banner of the school sport unit. Come with me, let's have a look.
It is one of the must-go-to events of the year. The kids have had a ball. The range of sports provided from golf to bocce to football. They're exposed to many different sports that they've never done before.
I'm having fun today. I am playing AFL, golf and cricket.
Today I done boxer, volleyball and athletics.
They're awesome days, absolutely awesome to see the diverse range of disabilities taking part in multiple sports. I think it's a great opportunity for these kids to try a sport that they may, in particular, might not have thought of or heard of before. So I think it's a great opportunity and a great pathway.
And it's also a great day to promote inclusion of disabilities and to kind of join kids with different disability organisations, especially for the talent scouting if they decide that they like a sport and they want to pursue a career, hopefully go to Paralympic Games.
Bocce is actually one of our sports we do statewide. It's a knockout competition. Every school is invited to attend and take part. We're hosting it across every one of our 10 associations. Kindergarten to Year 12 coming together at the end of the year for a state final. It will be a huge event and we look forward to seeing your school take part.
I'm so proud of the work that's being done by our disability and inclusion officers. In a very, very short period of time, they've been able to develop a database that has over 5,300 staff members statewide. And it's through those 5,300 staff members that we've been able to have all our students from around the state engage in a variety of activities that are provided through the school sport unit.
We're here also to provide teachers the opportunity to learn some new adaptive and modified versions of sport, ways that they can help students back at school and also connect them with different sporting providers outside of a school setting.
You know, we've seen some things that we can include in our own programs. Okay, we've been able to network with different professionals, maybe give students more opportunities, more information about funding, and hopefully they get exposed even more to other sports.
If you, your staff or your students are interested in being part of this amazing program, contact the school sport unit and our disability and inclusion officers.